College English Test, Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center. Conversation 1.
Hi, my name's Kathy. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Kathy. My name's John. I'm a university friend of the bride. What about you? Who do you know at this party?
I'm a colleague of Brenda. I was a little surprised to be invited, to be honest. We've only been working together the last 6 months, but we quickly became good friends. We just wrapped up a project with a difficult client last week. I bet Brenda is glad it's done with, and she can focus on wedding preparations.
Oh, yes. So you're Kathy from the office. Actually, I've heard a lot about you and that project. The client sounded like a real nightmare.
Oh, he was. I mean, we deal with all kinds of people on a regular basis. It's part of the job. But he was especially particular. Enough about that. What line of work are you in?
Well, right out of college, I worked in advertising for a while. Recently, though, I turned my photography hobby into a small business. I'll actually be taking photos during the big event as a wedding gift.
That sounds wonderful and very thoughtful of you. I bake, just as a hobby, but Brenda has asked me to do the cake for the wedding. I was a bit nervous saying yes, because I'm far from a professional.
Did you bake the cookies here at the party tonight?
Yes, I got the idea from a magazine.
They're delicious. You've got nothing to worry about. You're a natural.
You really think so?
If you hadn't told me that, I would have guessed they were baked by the restaurant. You know, with your event planning experience, you could very well open your own shop.
One step at a time. First, I'll see how baking the wedding cake goes. If it's not a disaster, maybe I'll give it some more thought.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What did Kathy and Brenda finish doing last week? Question 2. What is John going to do for Brenda? Question 3. How did Kathy feel when asked to bake the cake? Question 4. What does the man suggest the woman do?
Conversation 2.
You're heading for a completely different world now that you're about to graduate from high school.
I know it's the end of high school, but many of my classmates are going on to the same university, and we are still required to study hard. So what's the difference?
Many aspects are different here at university. The most important one is that you have to take more individual responsibility for your actions. It's up to your own self-discipline how much effort you put into study. Living in college dormitories, there are no parents to tell you to study harder or stop wasting time. Lecturers have hundreds of students, and they're not going to follow you up or question you if you miss their lectures.
Nobody cares, you mean?
It's not that nobody's concerned about you. It's just that suddenly at university, you are expected to behave like an adult. That means concentrating on the direction of your life in general, and your own academic performance specifically.
For example?
Well, like you need to manage your daily, weekly, and monthly schedules so that you'll study regularly. Be sure to attend all classes and leave enough time to finish assignments and prepare well for examinations.
Okay, and what else is different?
Well, in college, there are lots of distractions, and you need to control yourself. You will make interesting friends, but you need only keep the friends who respect your student commitments. Also, there are a lot of wonderful clubs, but you shouldn't allocate too much time to club activities unless they're directly related to your study. It's also your choice if you want to go out at night, but you would be foolish to let that affect your class performance during the day.
Well, I'm determined to do well at university, and I guess I'm going to have to grow up fast.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What does the man say about college students as compared with high schoolers? Question 6. What are college students expected to do according to the man? Question 7. What kind of friends does the man suggest the woman make as a college student? Question 8. What kind of club activities should college students engage in according to the man? Section B. Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage, you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center. Passage 1. Most successful people are unorthodox persons whose minds wander outside traditional ways of thinking. Instead of trying to refine old formulas, they invent new ones. When Jean-Claude Killy made the French national ski team in the early 1960s, he was prepared to work harder than anyone else to be the best. At the crack of dawn, he would run up the slopes with his skis on, an unbelievably back-breaking activity. In the evening, he would do weightlifting and running. But the other team members were working as hard and long as he was. He realized instinctively that simply training harder would never be enough. Killy then began challenging the basic theories of racing technique. Each week he would try something different to see if he could find a better, faster way down the mountain. His experiments resulted in a new style that was almost exactly opposite the accepted technique of the time. It involved skiing with his legs apart for better balance, and sitting back on the skis when he came to a turn. He also used ski poles in an unorthodox way to propel himself as he skied. The explosive new style helped cut Killy's racing time dramatically. In 1966 and 1967, he captured virtually every major skiing trophy. The next year, he won 3 gold medals in the Winter Olympics, a record in ski racing that has never been topped. Killy learned an important secret shared by many creative people. Innovations don't require genius, just a willingness to question the way things have always been done.
Questions 9 to 11 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What does the speaker say about most successful people? Question 10. What does the speaker say about Killy's experiments? Question 11. What is said to be Killy's biggest honour in his skiing career? Passage 2. Scientific experiments have demonstrated incredible ways to kill a guinea pig, a small furry animal. Emotional upsets generate powerful and deadly toxic substances. Blood samples taken from persons experiencing intense fear or anger when injected into guinea pigs have killed them in less than 2 minutes. Imagine what these poisonous substances can do to your own body. Every thought that you have affects your body chemistry within a split second. Remember how you feel when you are speeding down the highway and a big truck suddenly brakes 20 meters in front of you. A shock wave shoots through your whole system. Your mind produces instant reactions in your body. The toxic substances that fear, anger, frustration and stress produce not only kill guinea pigs, but kill us off in a similar manner. It is impossible to be fearful, anxious, irritated and healthy at the same time. It is not just difficult, it is impossible. Simply put, your body's health is a reflection of your mental health. Sickness will often then be a result of unresolved inner conflicts, which in time show up in the body. It is also fascinating how our subconscious mind shapes our health. Do you recall falling sick on a day when you didn't want to go to school? Headaches brought on by fear? The mind-body connection is such that if, for example, we want to avoid something, very often our subconscious mind will arrange it. Once we recognize that these things happen to us, we are halfway to doing something about them.
Questions 12 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 12. What happens to guinea pigs when blood samples of angry people are injected into them? Question 13. What does the speaker say about every thought you have? Question 14. What does the speaker say is impossible? Question 15. What does the passage say about our mind and body? Section C. Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1, with a single line through the center. Recording 1. Teachers and students alike have experienced the curious paradox that beginners, as a rule, tend to think too little about what they are doing because they think too much about what they are doing. Take, for example, people who are learning to play basketball or the piano. They have to give so much thought and attention to the low-level mechanics of handling the ball or fingering the keys or reading the music that they are unable to give any thought to the thing that matters, the game or the music, respectively. With experts, it's just the other way around. They're open to the tactical possibilities and the musical challenges precisely because they're freed, through skill, from the need to pay attention to the low-level details of how to play. Indeed, when the expert pays attention to the mechanics, this is liable to disrupt performance. This has led some to say that the expert operates in a zone beyond thought, in a state of flow. But this is misleading. Expert performance is not beyond thought. Smart basketball players or skilled musicians need to pay close attention to the demands of high performance, to the challenges to be overcome. What they don't need to do, what would be a distraction, is to have to think about where their fingers are or how to control the ball while running. It's not mechanics, but the play itself that absorbs the expert's intelligence. A nice video published online last month sheds light on expertise and the conscious mind. The video reports a new study using an eye-tracking device. It turns out that the less skilled pianist spends more time looking at her fingers than does the expert who, in contrast, is more likely to be looking at the sheet music or looking ahead at keys he's not yet playing. In general, the expert's gaze was calmer and more stable. This is not a surprising finding. It supports what we might almost think of as conventional wisdom. But it's remarkable for all that nonetheless. The eye tracker gives expert and learning performers a glimpse into what they do without thinking about it. The topic of the nature of skill and the differences between beginners and experts has been one of considerable discussion in cognitive science and philosophy.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What does the speaker say about beginners and expert pianists? Question 17. What do smart basketball players do, according to the speaker? Question 18. What do we learn about the new study published in an online video? Recording 2. Every summer, when I top up my selection of summer outfits from the department stores, my eyes would nearly pop out of my head. I'm overwhelmed with a wide range of different slimming products each year. And more shockingly, these products are often advocated by very slim models. Having lived in Asia for almost 10 years now, I've seen various dieting tips come and go. I remember in Japan, people heading directly to the fruit section in the supermarket when the banana diet was at its peak. Then there was the black tea and oolong tea diet, followed by the soybean diet and the tomato juice diet. The list goes on and on. Apart from what people eat, I've also seen many interesting slimming products. In Hong Kong, I've seen girls wrapping their whole body or both legs up with a special type of slimming tape, which is supposed to help make them thinner. But it just reminded me of the roasted ham my mother usually puts on the dinner table at Christmas. Then there were the face slimming rollers that were said to improve your blood circulation and make your face smaller. Personally, I do not believe in any of these slimming gadgets, and I think I have a very different perspective when it comes to the definition of what is beautiful. Asian women prefer to avoid the sun because being pale or white is considered beautiful, whereas a tanned complexion is considered much more beautiful and sexy in the West. It is most certainly shaped by a person's culture, as well as how they were raised in their childhood. As each summer season approaches, there's no escape from it. But it's not only women who are affected by this pressure to look good. Men aspire to be able to show off their six-packs or their V-shaped backs, and there's a growing market of slimming pills aimed at men too. I think no matter what diets we follow or what slimming products we obsess ourselves with, at the end of the day there's no magic trick to shape up for the summer. Eat in a balanced way and incorporate the right level of physical activity. For me, this still seems to be the best plan.
Questions 19 to 21 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What overwhelms the speaker when she buys her summer outfits each year? Question 20. What does the speaker think of girls wrapping their legs up with slimming tape? Question 21. What does the speaker think affects people's interpretation of beauty? Recording 3. Skin may seem like a superficial human attribute, but it's the first thing we notice about anyone we meet. As a zoologist focusing on the studies of apes and monkeys, I've been studying why humans evolved to become the naked ape, and why skin comes in so many different shades around the world. We can make a very good estimate from the fossil record that humans probably evolved naked skin around 1.5 million years ago, and meanwhile, they mostly lost their coat of fur. Today, we have a few patches of hair remaining on various parts of our bodies, but compared with apes and monkeys, we have very little. Basically, we turned our skin darker to serve as a natural sun protector in the place of the hair we lost. We think we lost this hair because of the need to keep ourselves cool when we were moving around vigorously in a hot environment. We can't really lose heat by breathing quickly and loudly like dogs. We have to do it by sweating. So we evolved the ability to sweat plentifully and lost most of our fur. Most animals protect themselves from the sun with fur. What we did in our ancestry was to produce more permanent natural coloring in our skin cells. This was really an important revolution in human history because it allowed us to continue to evolve in equatorial environments. It really made it possible for us to continue along the path toward modern humans in Africa. For most of human history, we all had dark skin. What we see today is the product of evolutionary events resulting from the dispersal of a few human populations out of Africa around 60,000 to 70,000 years ago. Our species originated around 200,000 years ago and underwent tremendous diversification, culturally, technologically, linguistically, artistically, for 130,000 years. After that, a few small populations left Africa to populate the rest of the world. These early ancestors of modern Eurasians dispersed into parts of the world that had more seasonal sunshine and much lower levels of sun radiation. It's in these populations that we begin to see real changes in the genetic makeup of natural coloring. Today, skin color is evolving via new mixtures of people coming together and having children with new mixtures of skin color genes. We can see this in almost every large city worldwide. Not only the coloring genes, but lots of other genes are getting mixed up too.
Questions 22 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 22. What does the speaker mainly talk about? Question 23. What had probably caused humans to lose most of their hair 1.5 million years ago? Question 24. What does the speaker say protected early humans from the sun? Question 25. What happened after humans migrated from Africa to other parts of the world?
This is the end of listening comprehension. College English Test, Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center. Conversation 1.
Wow, I would give anything to be more like Audrey Hepburn.
I never really understood why so many girls were such big fans of her. I mean, I've seen the famous films, Roman Holiday, Breakfast at Tiffany's, and a few others. But I still don't fully get it. Was she that great of an actress?
Well, for me, my adoration goes beyond her movies. She had such a classic elegance about her. She was always so poised, in part because she spent years training as a ballet dancer before becoming an actress.
Why didn't she stick to dancing as a career?
It seems it was fate. She suffered from inadequate nutrition during the war, and therefore a career as a professional dancer would have been too demanding on her body. So she focused on acting instead. Roman Holiday was her first big break, which made her a star.
Was that the film that opened with her shopping for jewelry in New York City? You know, the scene. She was wearing a black dress and dark sunglasses, with a pearl necklace and long black gloves. I see the photo of her in that costume everywhere.
No, that one is Breakfast at Tiffany's. That costume is often referred to as the most famous little black dress of all time. Her character in that film is very outgoing and charming, even though in real life Audrey always described herself as shy and quiet.
So, what did she do after her acting career?
She dedicated much of her life to helping children in need. Her family received international aid during the war when she was growing up. I think that left a big impression on her. That's where I got the idea to volunteer for children's charity next weekend.
I'll join you. I may not be as charming as Audrey Hepburn, but I'm all for supporting a good cause.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What does the man say he never really understood? Question 2. What prevented Audrey Hepburn from becoming a professional dancer? Question 3. What do we learn about Audrey Hepburn in real life? Question 4. Why did Audrey Hepburn devote much of her life to charity after her acting career?
Conversation 2.
So, how's our presentation about the restructuring of the company coming along?
Fine. I'm putting the finishing touches to it now, but we'll have to be prepared for questions.
Yes, there's already a feeling that this is a top-down change. We really need to get everyone on board.
Well, there's been an extensive consultation period.
I know, but there's always the feeling that if it isn't broke, don't fix it.
People are worried about their jobs, too. I think we need to stress that while there will be some job changes, there won't be anyone getting dismissed. In fact, we're looking to take on more staff.
Agreed. You can hardly blame people for worrying, though. We need to make it clear that it's not just change for change's sake. In other words, we really must make the case for why we are doing it. So, what's the outline of the presentation?
I'll start with a brief review of the reasons for the change, that we really need to make a clean break to restart growth. After that, I'll outline the new company structures and who's going where. Then I'll hand it over to you to discuss the timeline and summarize, and we'll take questions together at the end. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. We should let the staff know the channels of communication, you know, who they can contact or direct questions to about these changes.
Yes, and we can collect some frequently asked questions and present some general answers.
And we'll make the presentation and the questions available via the company's own computer network, right?
Yes, we'll make a page on the network where staff can download all the details.
All right. Perhaps we should do a practice run of the presentation first.
You bet.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What is the man going to do? Question 6. What does the man say about the restructuring? Question 7. What will the man explain first? Question 8. How can the staff learn more about the company's restructuring?
Section B. Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage, you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Passage 1. Airline passengers have to deal with a lot these days, getting bumped from flights and losing luggage on top of the general anxiety that nervous passengers always feel. At the Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky International Airport, miniature horses deliver a calming force 2 times a month. Denver and Ruby are 2 of the 34 therapy horses brought in from a local farm. They can usually be found in the ticket counter area, interacting with travellers. More than 30 airports across the country now have therapy dogs. San Francisco has a therapy pig. San Jose, California, began a dog program after the terrorist attacks of September the 11th. Since its beginning, the program has now grown and has 21 therapy dogs and a therapy cat. The animals don't get startled. They have had hundreds of hours of airport training, so they are used to having luggage and people crowding around them. These professional animals are probably better at finding their way in the airports than the most frequent of travellers. The passengers often say that seeing animals makes them feel much better and helps them to calm down before a flight. This little bit of support can sometimes make a big difference. Some passengers enjoy the animals so much that they call the airport to schedule flights around their visits. Visits to nursing homes and schools are also a regular part of the horse's schedule. Their owner is already working on a new idea for a therapy animal, donkeys.
Questions 9 to 11 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What is special about the Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky International Airport? Question 10. What are the trained animals probably capable of doing in an airport? Question 11. What do some passengers try to do? Passage 2. Hello, viewers. Today I'm standing at a 2,000-year-old Roman-era site. Here, the brightly colored scenes that once decorated a mansion are being dug up. These scenes are turning up in the southern French city of Arles, surprising the historians who have been working here since 2014. Patches of paint still cling to the stone walls of a bedroom and reception hall. Some of these painted walls are preserved in places to a height of 1 meter. In addition, thousands of fragments that fell off the walls have been recovered. These pieces have been put back together with great care and display a variety of images. Some of these images include figures never seen before in France, such as a woman playing a stringed instrument, possibly a character from mythology. The paintings were done with such skill and with such expensive dyes that experts believe the artists originally came from Italy. They were likely hired by one of the city's elite. Perhaps a Roman official wanted Pompeii-like interior to remind him of home. He was probably stationed in this provincial trading port, founded in 46 B.C., as a colony for veterans of the Roman army. Or Maybe a wealthy local wanted to show off his worldly sophistication. The paintings may yield even more stunning surprises as additional sections are put together like pieces of a puzzle. Whoever it was that created such magnificent pieces of art, they surely had no idea that their work would still be around thousands of years later.
Questions 12 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 12. Where is the speaker standing? Question 13. What do the thousands of fragments display when they are put back together? Question 14. What makes experts think the paintings were done by artists from Italy? Question 15. What do we learn from the passage about the owner of the mansion?
Section C. Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Recording 1. Good afternoon, class. Today, I want to discuss with you a new approach to empirical research. In the past, scientists often worked alone. They were confined to the university or research centre where they worked. Today, though, we are seeing mergers of some of the greatest scientific minds, regardless of their location. There has never been a better time for collaborations with foreign scientists. In fact, the European Union is taking the lead. Spurred on by funding policies, half of European research articles had international co-authors in 2007. This is more than twice the level of 2 decades ago. The European Union's level of international co-authorship is about twice that of the United States, Japan, and India. Even so, the levels in these countries are also rising. This is a sign of the continued allure of creating scientific coalitions across borders. Andras Schubert, a researcher at the Institute for Science Policy Research, says that the rise in collaboration is partly out of necessity. This necessity comes with the rise of big science. Many scientific endeavours have become more complicated. These new complications require the money and labour of many nations. But, he says, collaborations have also emerged because of increased possibilities. The Internet allows like-minded scientists to find each other. Simultaneously, dramatic drops in communication costs ease long-distance interactions. And there's a reward. Studies of citation counts show that internationally co-authored papers have better visibility. Schubert says, international collaboration is a way to spread ideas in wider and wider circles. Caroline Wagner, a research scientist at George Washington University, notes that international collaborations offer additional flexibility. Whereas local collaborations sometimes persist past the point of usefulness because of social or academic obligations, international ones can be cultivated and dropped more freely. The collaborative trend is true across scientific disciplines. Some fields, though, have a greater tendency for it. Particle physicists and astronomers collaborate often. This is because they must share expensive facilities. Mathematicians, by contrast, tend historically towards solitude. As a consequence, they lag behind other disciplines. However, Wagner says partnerships are rising there too. The level of collaboration also varies from country to country. There are historical and political reasons as to why collaborations emerge, says Wagner. This rise is also apparently boosted by policies embedded in European framework funding schemes. These policies underlie funding requirements that often require teamwork.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What do we learn about the research funding policies in the European Union? Question 17. Why do researchers today favor international collaboration? Question 18. What do we learn about the field of mathematics? Recording 2. Good evening. In 1959, on the day that I was born, a headline in Life magazine proclaimed, "Target Venus. There may be life there." It told of how scientists rode a balloon to an altitude of 80,000 feet to make telescope observations of Venus's atmosphere, and how their discovery of water raised hopes that there could be living things there. As a kid, I thrilled to tales of adventure in Isaac Asimov's juvenile science fiction novel Lucky Star and the Oceans of Venus. For many of my peers, though, Venus quickly lost its romance. The very first thing that scientists discovered with a mission to another planet was that Venus was not at all the earthly paradise that fiction had portrayed. It is nearly identical to our own planet in bulk properties such as mass, density, and size. But its surface has been cooked and dried by an ocean of carbon dioxide. Trapped in the burning death grip of a runaway greenhouse effect, Venus has long been held up as a cautionary tale for everything that could go wrong on a planet like Earth. As a possible home for alien life, it has been voted the planet least likely to succeed. But I have refused to give up on Venus, and over the years my stubborn loyalty has been justified. The rocky views glimpsed by Venera 9 and other Russian landers suggested a tortured volcanic history. That was confirmed in the early 1990s by the American Magellan orbiter, which used radar to peer through the planet's thick clouds and map out a rich, varied, and dynamic surface. The surface formed mostly in the last billion years, which makes it fresher and more recently active than any rocky planet other than Earth. Russian and American spacecraft also found hints that its ancient climate might have been wetter, cooler, and possibly even friendly to life. Measurements of density and composition imply that Venus originally formed out of basically the same stuff as Earth. That presumably included much more water than the tiny trace we find blowing in the thick air today. Thus, our picture of Venus at around the time life was getting started on Earth is one of warm oceans probably rich with organic molecules, splashing around rocky shores and volcanic vents. The sun was considerably less bright back then, so Venus was arguably a cozier habitat for life than Earth.
Questions 19 to 21 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What do we learn from the Life magazine article? Question 20. What are scientists' findings about Venus? Question 21. What information did Russian and American space probes provide about Venus? Recording 3. I'm a psychology professor at the University of British Columbia. I specialise in cultural psychology, examining similarities and differences between East Asians and North Americans. Our research team has been looking at cultural differences in self-enhancing motivations, how people have positive feelings towards not only themselves, but things connected to themselves. For example, when you own something, you view it as more valuable than when you don't own it. It's called the endowment effect. The strength of that effect is stronger in Western cultures than in East Asian cultures. So we've been looking at other ways of seeing whether this motivation to view oneself positively is shaped by cultural experiences. We've also started to look at how culture shapes sleep. We are still in the exploratory stages of this project, although what's noteworthy is that East Asians on average sleep about an hour and a half less each night than North Americans do. And it's not a more efficient sleep, not like they're compressing relatively more value out of their hours. Other studies have found that even infants in East Asia sleep about an hour less than European infants. So we're trying to figure out how culture shapes the way you sleep. Our experiment does not take place in a sleep lab. Instead, we lend people motion detecting watches and they wear them for a week at a time. Whenever they are not having a shower or swimming, they keep it on. These kinds of watches are used in sleep studies as a way of measuring how long people are sleeping, how efficient their sleep is, and whether they are waking up in the night. Ideally, I'd like to take this into a controlled lab environment. We'll see where the research points us. We usually start off with the more affordable methods, and if everything looks promising, then it'll justify trying to build a sleep lab and study sleep across cultures that way. Why do we study sleep? Sleep is something that has really been an unexplored topic cross-culturally. I'm attracted to it because culture isn't something that only shapes the way our minds operate. It shapes the way our bodies operate too, and sleep is at the intersection of those.
Questions 22 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 22. What does the speaker mainly study? Question 23. What does the speaker say about North Americans? Question 24. How did the speaker conduct the sleep study? Question 25. What does the speaker say about research on sleep?
This is the end of listening comprehension.
College English Test Band 6 Part 2 Listening Comprehension Section A Directions. In this section you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Conversation 1.
Today, our guest is Rosie Mullender, who works as a features editor for a fashion magazine. Hi, Rosie. You're a features editor at one of the most widely read women's magazines in the UK. What kind of responsibilities does that job entail?
We spend our days looking at ideas from journalists, writing copy for the magazine and website, and editing. We do random things like asking people in the street questions and testing sports clothing. We also do less tangible things like understanding what our readers want. It's certainly varied and sometimes bizarre.
During your working day, what kind of work might you typically do?
My day mainly incorporates responding to emails, writing and editing stories, and coming up with new feature ideas.
How does the job of features editor differ from that of fashion editor or other editorial positions?
The features team deals with articles such as careers, reports, confidence, and confessions, everything except fashion and beauty.
A lot of people believe that working at a magazine is a glamorous job. Is this an accurate representation of what you do?
I'd say it's glamorous to an extent, but not in the way it's portrayed in films. We do have our moments, such as interviewing celebrities and attending parties, which is a huge thrill. Ultimately, though, we're the same as our readers, but working in a job we're all very lucky to have.
Did you have to overcome any difficulties to reach this point in your career? How did you manage to do this?
I had to be really persistent, and it was very hard work. After 3 years of working in a petrol station and doing unpaid work, I still hadn't managed to get an entry-level job. I was lucky that my last desperate attempt led to a job. I told myself that all experiences make you a better journalist in the long run, and luckily I was right.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What is the woman's profession? Question 2. What is one of the woman's main responsibilities? Question 3. What do many people think about the woman's job? Question 4. What helped the woman to get her current position? Conversation 2.
Are you watching any good shows these days?
Actually, yes. I'm watching a great satire called Frankie. I think you'd like it.
Really? What's it about?
It's about a real guy named Frankie. He's a famous comedian in New York, and the show is a mixture of comedy and drama, loosely depicting his life.
I'm sorry. Do you mean to say it's a real-life series about a real person? It's non-fiction, is it?
No, not really, no. It's fiction, as what happens in every episode is made up. However, the lead role is a comedian by the name of Frankie, and he plays himself. So Frankie in both real life and in the TV show lives in New York City, is a comic, is divorced, and has 2 little daughters. All those things are true, but aside from him, all his friends and family are played by actors. And the plots and events that take place are also invented.
Oh, I think I see now. That sounds like a very original concept.
Yes, it is. In fact, the whole show is written, directed, edited, and produced by him. And it's very funny and has won many awards.
That's cool. I will try to download it. I'm watching a comedy called The Big Bang Theory. It's a huge hit around the world.
Oh yes, I've heard of it, but never actually watched it.
Well, then you should check it out. It's also very funny. It's about 4 male scientists and a female waitress. The men are very socially awkward, but very bright, and this is contrasted by the ladies' social skills and common sense. The show has been running for over 10 years, and some of the actors are practically global superstars, now that they're such famous celebrities.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What does the man think of the satire Frankie he recently watched? Question 6. What does the man say is special about the satire Frankie? Question 7. What does the woman say she is going to do with the satire Frankie? Question 8. What does the woman say about the comedy The Big Bang Theory? Section B. Directions. In this section you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Passage 1. Related to the use it or lose it law is the keep moving principle. We learn about stagnation from nature. A river that stops moving gets smelly. The same thing happens to people who stop moving, either mentally or physically. Those who play contact sports know that the player who usually gets hurt the most is the one who is standing still. Of course, you'll need some time to catch your breath every so often, but the essential message is keep moving, extending, and learning. Ships last a lot longer when they go to sea than when they stay in the harbor. The same is true for airplanes. You don't preserve an airplane by keeping it on the ground. You preserve it by keeping it in service. We also get to live a long, healthy life by staying in service. Longevity statistics reveal that the average person doesn't last very long after retirement. The moral here is, don't retire. If a fellow says, I'm 94 years old and I've worked all my life, we need to realize that is how we got to be 94, by staying involved. George Bernard Shaw won a Nobel Prize when he was nearly 70. Benjamin Franklin produced some of his best writings at the age of 84, and Pablo Picasso put brush to canvas right through his 80s. Isn't the issue how old we think we are? A bonus with the keep moving principle is that while we keep moving, we don't have a chance to worry. Hence, we avoid the dreaded paralysis by analysis.
Questions 9 to 11 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What does the speaker say about players of contact sports? Question 10. What do longevity statistics reveal about the average person? Question 11. What bonus does the keep moving principle bring us according to the speaker? Passage 2. In 2014, 1 in 16 Americans visited the hospital emergency room for home injuries. One of the main causes of these accidents, a wandering mind. By one estimate, people daydream through nearly half of their waking hours. Psychologists have recently focused on the tendency to think about something other than the task one is doing. For one experiment, researchers developed an app to analyze the relationship between daydreaming and happiness. They found that the average person's mind wandered most frequently, about 65% of the time, during personal activities, such as brushing their teeth and combing their hair. Respondents' minds tended to wander more when they felt upset rather than happy. They were more likely to wander toward pleasant topics than unpleasant ones. How do daydreams affect daydreamers? A wandering mind leaves us vulnerable when driving. In one study, researchers interviewed 955 people involved in traffic accidents. The majority of them reported having daydreamed just before the accident. Yet other research suggests that daydreaming has benefits. Researchers have found that it gives us a chance to think about our goals, and it also seems to increase creativity. In one experiment, 145 undergraduates completed 4 unusual uses tasks, each requiring them to list as many uses as possible for an everyday object. After the first pair of tasks was completed, one group of participants was assigned an undemanding activity intended to cause their minds to wander. When all the participants proceeded to the second pair of tasks, the daydreamers performed 40% better than the others.
Questions 12 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 12. What does the passage say about people's mind? Question 13. For what purpose did the researchers develop the new app? Question 14. How does daydreaming benefit people according to some researchers? Question 15. What was the finding of the experiment with 145 undergraduates?
Section C, Directions. In this section, you'll hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center. Recording 1. Dating from as far back as the 12th century, they are claimed to be the rarest historic buildings in Western Europe. These buildings offer vital insights into Scandinavia's Viking past. But now, with only 30 wooden churches remaining and their condition deteriorating, experts are working to preserve the structures for future generations. Some of these spectacular churches are no more than small buildings, barely 4 meters wide and 6 meters tall. Others are much larger structures that soar up to 40 meters into the cold air. Most consist of timber frames that rest on stone blocks. This means that they have no foundations. Although many of the churches appear from the outside to be complex structures, they normally feature only a single story, but numerous different roof levels. Staff from the Norwegian government have carried out conservation work on 10 of the churches over the past 2 years. Most of these churches date from between the 12th and 14th centuries. Other churches were conserved in previous years. So far, specialists have worked to add preservative materials to the church's exteriors. They also replaced rotting roofs and halted the sinking of the churches into the ground. In 2 cases, huge machines have been used to lift the buildings up to 30 centimeters into the air. This was accomplished so that the team could examine and repair the church's original medieval stone blocks. The team plans to return to around a dozen of the buildings to assess progress and consider further action. The earliest freestanding wooden church was probably built in Norway in around 1080. However, the largest known wooden churches were built from the 1130s onwards. This period was one of inter-elite rivalry, in which nobles sought to increase their influence by funding the construction of churches and other buildings. The reason for constructing the buildings from wood is probably that ideally proportioned, straight and slender timber was available in large quantities in Scandinavia's vast pine forests. As wood was so plentiful, it was cheaper to use than the stone used in the buildings of other European cultures. The area's shipbuilding tradition, partly established by the Vikings, also meant that sophisticated carpentry was a major aspect of the local culture. The complex style of the medieval wooden church carvings and the skills used to make them almost certainly derive from the ancient Viking tradition.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What does the speaker say about the Viking wooden churches? Question 17. What is special about most of the Viking wooden churches? Question 18. Why were the Viking churches constructed from wood? Recording 2. In last week's lecture, we discussed the characteristics of the newly born offspring of several mammals. You probably remember that human infants are less developed physically than other mammals of the same age. But in today's lecture, we'll look at 3 very interesting studies that hint at the surprising abilities of human babies. In the first study, 3-year-olds watched 2 videos shown side by side, each featuring a different researcher, one of whom they'd met once, 2 years earlier. The children spent longer watching the video showing the researcher they hadn't met. This is consistent with young children's usual tendency to look longer at things that aren't familiar. And really, this is amazing. It suggests the children remembered the researcher they'd met just one time when they were only 1-year-olds. Of course, as most of us forget memories from our first few years as we grow older, these early long-term memories will likely be lost in subsequent years. Our second study is about music. For this study, researchers played music to babies through speakers located on either side of a human face. They waited until the babies got bored and averted their gaze from the face. And then they changed the mood of the music, either from sad to happy or the other way around. This mood switch made no difference to the 3-month-olds, but for the 9-month-olds, it was enough to renew their interest, and they started looking again in the direction of the face. This suggests that babies of that age can tell the difference between a happy melody and a sad tune. Our final study is from 1980, but it's still relevant today. In fact, it's one of the most famous pieces of research about infant emotion ever published. The study involved ordinary adults watching video clips of babies 9 months or younger. In the video clips, the babies made various facial expressions in response to real-life events, including playful interactions and painful ones. The adult observers were able to reliably discern an assortment of emotions on the babies' faces. These emotions included interest, joy, surprise, sadness, anger, disgust, contempt, and fear. Next week, we'll be looking at this last study more closely. In fact, we will be viewing some of the video clips from that study and together see how well we do in discerning the baby's emotions.
Questions 19 to 21 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What are the 3 interesting studies about? Question 20. What does the second study find about 9-month-old babies? Question 21. What is the 1980 study about? Recording 3. Today, I'd like to talk about the dangers of being too collaborative. Being a good team player is an essential skill in our modern workplace. The ability to work well with others and collaborate on projects is a sought-after ability in nearly every position. However, placing too much emphasis on being a good team player can negatively affect your career growth. Don't be overly focused on gaining consensus. Don't be too concerned with the opinions of others. This can hinder your ability to make decisions, speak up, and gain recognition for your individual skills and strengths. Some people are too subordinate to others' opinions, too focused on decision consensus, too silent about their own point of view, too agreeable to take things on when they don't have time or energy. This leads to building a brand of underconfident, submissive, low-impact non-leaders and hampers their growth and career advancement. Collaboration certainly makes your individual competencies and contributions more difficult for outsiders to identify. Collaborative projects mean you're sharing the spotlight with others. Outsiders may then find it difficult to determine your contributions and strengths. This may end up costing you opportunities for promotions or pay raises. You certainly shouldn't ditch teamwork, but how can you avoid the hazards of being an over-collaborator? Working in a team can have huge benefits. Your team may have repeated successes and often gain recognition. You'll then have more opportunities to expand your professional network than if you worked alone. However, finding a balance between team efforts and individual projects that give you independent recognition is important for making a name for yourself and providing opportunities for advancement. Be selective in who you work with. This will maximize the benefits and minimize the downsides of being a team player. Collaborate with people who have complementary expertise. Select projects where there's potential for mutual benefit. Perhaps you're bringing your unique knowledge and gaining access to someone else's professional network. Or maybe you're able to learn a new skill by working with someone. Seek out your teammates purposefully rather than jumping on every new group project opportunity. When we are too collaborative, we want everyone to agree with a decision before we proceed. This can create unnecessary delays as you hold meetings trying to achieve a consensus. It's fine to be collaborative when seeking input, but put a deadline on the input stage and arrive at a decision, even if it's a decision that doesn't have consensus.
Questions 22 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 22. What does the speaker say about being over-collaborative? Question 23. What does the speaker say about people engaged in collaborative projects? Question 24. How do people benefit from working in a team? Question 25. Why is it undesirable to spend too much time trying to reach consensus?
This is the end of listening comprehension.
听力考试结束，请考生暂停作答，等待作答下一部分试题的指令。现在由监考员收答题卡1。
College English Test Band 6 Part 2 Listening Comprehension Section A Directions. In this section you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Conversation 1.
Excuse me, where's your rock music section?
Rock music? I'm sorry, we're a jazz store. We don't have any rock and roll.
Oh, you only have jazz music? Nothing else?
That's right. We're the only record store in London dedicated exclusively to jazz. Actually, we're more than just a record store. We have a cafe and library upstairs, and a ticket office down the hall where you can buy tickets to all the major jazz concerts in the city. Also, we have our own studio next door, where we produce albums for up-and-coming artists. We're committed to fostering new music talent.
Wow, that's so cool. I guess there's not much of a jazz scene anymore, not like there used to be. But here you're trying to promote this great music genre.
Yes, indeed. Nowadays, most people like to listen to pop and rock music. Hip-hop music from America is also getting more and more popular. So as a result, there are fewer listeners of jazz, which is a great shame, because it's an incredibly rich genre. But that's not to say there isn't any good new jazz music being made out there anymore. Far from it. It's just a much smaller market today.
So how would you define jazz?
Well, interestingly enough, there's no agreed-upon definition of jazz. Indeed, there are many different styles of jazz. Some have singing, but most don't. Some are electric and some aren't. Some contain live experimentation, but not always. While there's no simple definition for it, and while there are many different styles of jazz, you simply know it when you hear it. Honestly, the only way to know what jazz is listen to it yourself. As the great trumpet player Louis Armstrong said, if you gotta ask, you'll never know.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What do we learn about the woman's store? Question 2. What does the man say about jazz music? Question 3. What does the woman say about jazz? Question 4. What should you do to appreciate different styles of jazz according to the woman?
Conversation 2.
How did it go at the bank this morning?
Not well. My proposal was rejected.
Really? But why?
Bunch of reasons. For starters, they said my credit history was not good enough.
Did they say how you could improve that?
Yes, they said that after 5 more years of paying my mortgage, then I would become a more viable candidate for a business loan. But right now, it's too risky for them to lend me money. They fear I will default on any business loan I'm given.
Well, that doesn't sound fair. Your business idea is amazing. Did you show them your business plan? What did they say?
They didn't really articulate any position regarding the actual business plan. They simply looked at my credit history and determined it was not good enough. They said the bank has strict guidelines and requirements as to who they can lend money to, and I simply don't meet their financial threshold.
What if you asked for a smaller amount? Maybe you could gather capital from other sources, smaller loans from more lenders?
You don't get it. It doesn't matter the size of the loan I ask for, or the type of business I propose. That's all inconsequential. The first thing every bank will do is study how much money I have and how much debt I have before they decide whether or not to lend me any more money. If I want to continue ahead with this dream of owning my own business, I have no other choice but to build up my own finances. I need around 20% more in personal savings and 50% less debt. That's all there is to it.
I see now. Well, it's a huge pity that they rejected your request, but don't lose hope. I still think that your idea is great, and that you would turn it into a phenomenal success.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What did the woman do this morning? Question 6. Why was the woman's proposal rejected? Question 7. What is the woman planning to do? Question 8. What does the man suggest the woman do?
Section B. Directions. In this section you will hear two passages. At the end of each passage you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Passage 1. There's a lot about Leo Sanchez and his farm in Salinas, California that seems unusual. The national average farm size is around 440 acres, but his is only 1 acre. The average age of farmers hovers around 58 years old, but he is just 26. And Sanchez constantly attempts to improve everything from seeding techniques out in the field to the promotion and sale of his produce online. This is evidence of an experimental approach. It's an approach not dictated by the confines of conventional large-scale agriculture led by international corporations. While farming is often difficult for both the body and mind, Sanchez says he and many of his fellow young farmers are motivated by desire to set a new standard for agriculture. Many of them are employing a multitude of technologies, some new and some not so new. Recently, Sanchez bought a hand-operated tool which pulls out weeds and loosens soil. It actually dates back to at least 1701. It stands in sharp contrast to Sanchez's other gadget, a gas-powered flame weed killer invented in 1997. He simply doesn't discriminate when it comes to the newness of tools. If it works, it works. Farmers have a long history of invention, and it's no different today. Young farmers are guided by their love for agriculture and aided by their knowledge of technology. To find inexpensive and appropriately sized tools, they collaborate and innovate. Sometimes the old stuff just works better or more efficiently.
Questions 9 to 11 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What do we learn about Leo Sanchez's farm? Question 10. What has motivated Leo Sanchez and his fellow young farmers to engage in farming? Question 11. Why did Leo Sanchez buy a hand-operated weeding tool? Passage 2. Eat Grub is Britain's first new food company that breaks Western food boundaries by introducing edible insects as a new source of food, and Sainsbury's is the first UK supermarket to stock the company's crunchy roasted crickets. Sainsbury's insists that such food is no joke and could be a new sustainable source of protein. Out of curiosity, I paid a visit to Sainsbury's. As I put my hand into a packet of crickets with their tiny eyes and legs, the idea of one going in my mouth made me feel a little sick. But the first bite was a pleasant surprise. A little dry and lacking of taste, but at least a wing didn't get stuck in my throat. The roasted seasoning largely overpowered any other flavour, although there was a slightly bitter aftertaste. The texture was crunchy, but smelt a little of cat food. Eat Grub also recommends the crickets as a topping for noodles, soups, and salads. The company boasts that its dried crickets contain more protein than beef, chicken, and pork, as well as minerals like iron and calcium. Unlike the production of meat, bugs do not use up large amounts of land, water, or feed, and insect farming also produces far fewer greenhouse gases. However, despite 2 billion people worldwide already supplementing their diet with insects, consumer disgust remains a large barrier in many Western countries. I'm not sure bugs will become a popular snack anytime soon, but they're definitely food for thought.
Questions 12 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 12. What do we learn from the passage about the food company Eat Grub? Question 13. What does the speaker say about his first bite of roasted crickets? Question 14. What does Eat Grub say about his dried crickets? Question 15. What does the passage say about insect farming?
Section C. Directions. In this section you'll hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Recording 1. Have you ever had someone try to explain something to you a dozen times with no luck? But then when you see a picture, the idea finally clicks. If that sounds familiar, maybe you might consider yourself a visual learner. Or if reading or listening does the trick, maybe you feel like you're a verbal learner. We call these labels learning styles. But is there really a way to categorize different types of students? Well, it actually seems that multiple presentation formats, especially if one of them is visual, help most people learn. When psychologists and educators test for learning styles, they're trying to figure out whether these are inherent traits that affect how well students learn, instead of just a preference. Usually, they start by giving a survey to figure out what style a student favors, like visual or verbal learning. Then, they try to teach the students something with a specific presentation style, like using visual aids, and do a follow-up test to see how much they learned. That way, the researchers can see if the self-identified verbal learners really learned better when the information was just spoken aloud, for example. But, according to a 2008 review, only one study that followed this design found that students actually learned best with their preferred style. But the study had some big flaws. The researchers excluded 2/3 of the original participants because they didn't seem to have any clear learning style from the survey at the beginning. And they didn't even report the actual test scores in the final paper. So, it doesn't really seem like learning styles are an inherent trait that we all have. But that doesn't mean that all students will do amazingly if they just spend all their time reading from a textbook. Instead, most people seem to learn better if they're taught in several ways, especially if one is visual. In one study, researchers tested whether students remembered lists of words better if they heard them, saw them, or both. And everyone seemed to do better if they got to see the words in print. Even the self-identified auditory learners. Their preference didn't seem to matter. Similar studies tested whether students learned basic physics and chemistry concepts better by reading plain text or viewing pictures too. And everyone did better with the help of pictures.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. Why do psychologists and educators study learning styles? Question 17. What does the speaker say about one study mentioned in the 2008 review? Question 18. What message does the speaker want to convey about learning at the end of the talk? Recording 2. Free market capitalism hasn't freed us. It has trapped us. It's imperative for us to embrace a workplace revolution. We are unlikely to spend our last moments regretting that we didn't spend enough of our lives slaving away at work. We may instead find ourselves feeling guilty about the time we didn't spend watching our children grow, or with our loved ones, or traveling, or on the cultural or leisure pursuits that bring us happiness. Unfortunately, the average full-time employee in the world works 42 hours a week, well over 1/3 of the time we're awake. Some of our all too precious time is being stolen. Office workers do around 2 billion hours of unpaid overtime each year, so it's extremely welcome that some government coalitions have started looking into potentially cutting the working week to 4 days. The champions of free market capitalism promised their way of life would bring us freedom, but it wasn't freedom at all. From the lack of secure, affordable housing to growing job insecurity and rising personal debt, the individual is trapped. 9 decades ago, leading economists predicted that technological advances and rising productivity would mean that we'd be working a 15-hour week by now. That target has been somewhat missed. Here is the most malignant threat to our personal freedom, particularly as the balance of power in the workplace has been shifted so dramatically from worker to boss. A huge portion of our lives involves the surrender of our freedom and personal autonomy. It's time in which we are directed by the needs and desires of others and denied the right to make our own choices. That's bad for us. It's hardly surprising that over 500,000 workers suffer from work-related mental health conditions each year, or that 15.4 million working days were lost to work-related stress last year, a jump of nearly a quarter. Yes, there are those who, far from being overworked, actually seek more hours, but a shorter working week would enable us to redistribute hours from the overworked to the underworked. We need to look at ways of cutting the working week without slashing living standards. After all, the world's workers have already suffered the worst deduction in wages since the early 1800s, and cutting the working week would be conducive to the individual, giving millions of workers more time to spend as they see fit.
Questions 19 to 21 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What do people often feel guilty about according to the speaker? Question 20. What did leading economists predict 90 years ago? Question 21. What is the result of denying workers' right to make their own choices? Recording 3. Today I'm going to talk about Germany's dream airport in Berlin. The airport looks exactly like every other major modern airport in Europe, except for one big problem. More than 7 years after it was originally supposed to open, it still stands empty. Germany is known for its efficiency and refined engineering, but when it comes to its new ghost airport, this reputation could not be further from the truth. Plagued by long delays, perpetual mismanagement, and ever-soaring costs, the airport has become something of a joke among Germans, and a source of frustration for local politicians, business leaders, and residents alike. Planning for the new airport began in 1989. At the time, it became clear that the newly reunified Berlin would need a modern airport with far greater capacity than its existing airports. The city broke ground on the new airport in 2006. The first major sign of problems came in summer 2010, when the construction corporation pushed the opening from October 2011 to June 2012. In 2012, the city planned an opening ceremony, but less than a month beforehand, inspectors found significant problems with the fire safety system and pushed the opening back again to 2013. It wasn't just the smoke system. Many other major problems subsequently emerged. More than 90 meters of cable were incorrectly installed. 4,000 doors were wrongly numbered. Escalators were too short, and there was a shortage of check-in desks. So why, with so many problems discovered, didn't the airport corporation decide to give up on the project and start over? The reason is simple. People are often hesitant to terminate a project when they've already invested time or resources into it, even if it might make logical sense to do so. The longer the delays continued, the more problems inspectors found. Leadership of the planning corporation has changed hands nearly as many times as the opening date has been pushed back. Initially, rather than appointing a general contractor to run the project, the corporation decided to manage it themselves, despite lack of experience with an undertaking of that scale. To compound the delays, the unused airport is resulting in massive costs. Every month it remains unopened costs between 9 and 10 million euros. Assuming all goes well, the airport should open in October 2020. But the still empty airport stands as the biggest embarrassment to Germany's reputation for efficiency and a continuing drain on city and state resources.
Questions 22 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 22. What does the speaker say about the dream airport in Berlin? Question 23. Why was there a need for a new airport in Berlin? Question 24. Why did Berlin postpone the opening of its dream airport again and again? Question 25. What happens while the airport remains unused?
This is the end of listening comprehension.
听力考试结束，请考生暂停作答。
College English Test, Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Conversation 1.
Tonight we have a special guest from a local establishment, the Parisian Cafe. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me on your show.
Thank you for joining us. So please tell us, why did you decide to open a cafe?
Well, we saw the opportunity to offer something a little special and different from other establishments. Cafes certainly are a very competitive market sector. There are more than plenty in our city, and we felt they are all rather similar to each other. Wouldn't you agree?
Certainly, yes. So how is your establishment any different?
Well, simply put, we have rabbits wandering freely around the place. Our customers come in and enjoy their food and drinks, while little rabbits play about and brush against their legs. There's no other place like it.
That's amazing. How did you come up with the idea?
We saw other cafes with cats in them, so we thought, why not rabbits? People love rabbits. They are very cute animals.
But is it safe? Do the rabbits ever bite people, or do any customers ever hurt the rabbits?
It's perfectly safe for both the rabbits and our customers. Rabbits are very peaceful and certainly do not bite. Furthermore, our rabbits are regularly cleaned and have all received the required shots, so there is no health risk whatsoever. As for our customers, they are all animal lovers, so they would never try to hurt the rabbits. Sometimes a young child may get overexcited and be a little too rough, but it's never a serious matter. On the contrary, the Parisian Cafe offers a great experience for children, a chance for them to learn about rabbits and how to take care of them.
Well, it's certainly the first time I've heard of a cafe like that.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What do we learn about the woman? Question 2. What does the woman say about cafes in her city? Question 3. How does the Parisian cafe guarantee that its rabbits pose no health threat? Question 4. What does the woman say about their customers? Conversation 2.
Hey there, how are you?
Oh, hi, I'm great, thanks. And you look great too.
Thank you. It's good to see you shopping at the organic section. I see you've got lots of healthy stuff. I wish I could buy more organic produce from here, but I find the kids don't like it. I don't know about yours, but mine are all about junk food.
Oh, trust me, I know exactly how you feel. My children are the same. What is it with kids these days and all that junk food they eat? I think it's all that advertising on TV. That's where they get it.
Yes, it must be. My children see something on TV and they immediately want it. It's like they don't realize it's just an advertisement.
Right, and practically everything that's advertised for children is unhealthy processed foods. No surprise then, it becomes a battle for us parents to feed our children ordinary fruit and vegetables.
That's just the thing. One never sees ordinary ingredients being advertised on TV. It's never a carrot or a peach. It's always some garbage like chocolate-covered sweets. So unhealthy.
Exactly, and these big food corporations have so much money to spend on clever tactics designed to make young children want to buy their products. Children never stand a chance. It's really not fair.
You are so right. When we were children, we barely had any junk food available, and we turned out just fine.
Yes, my parents don't understand any of it. Both the TV commercials and the supermarkets are alien to them. Their world was so different back when they were young.
I don't know what will happen to the next generation.
The world is going crazy.
You bet.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What do the speakers say about the food their children like? Question 6. According to the speakers, what affects children's choice of food most? Question 7. What do the speakers believe big food corporations are doing? Question 8. What do we know about the speakers when they were children? Section B, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage, you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the centre.
Passage 1. At some 2,300 miles in length, the Mississippi is the longest river in the United States. At some 1,000 miles, the Mackenzie is the longest river in Canada. but these waterways seem minute in comparison to the world's two lengthiest rivers, the Nile and the Amazon. The Nile, which begins in Central Africa and flows over 4,100 miles north into the Mediterranean, hosted one of the world's great ancient civilizations along its shores. Calm and peaceful for most of the year, the Nile used to flood annually, thereby creating, irrigating, and carrying new topsoil to the nearby farmland on which ancient Egypt depended for livelihood. As a means of transportation, the river carried various vessels up and down its length. A journey through the unobstructed part of this waterway today would pass by the splendid Valley of the Kings, where the tombs of many of these ancient monarchs have stood for over 3,000 years. Great civilizations and intensive settlement are hardly associated with the Amazon. Yet this 4,000-mile-long South American river carries about 20% of the world's fresh water, more than the Mississippi, Nile, and Yangtze combined. Other statistics are equally astonishing. The Amazon is so wide at some points that from its center neither shore can be seen. Each second the Amazon pours some 55 million gallons of water into the Atlantic. There, at its mouth, stands one island larger than Switzerland. Most important of all, the Amazon irrigates the largest tropical rainforest on Earth.
Questions 9 to 11 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What can be found in the Valley of the Kings? Question 10. In what way is the Amazon different from other big rivers? Question 11. What does the speaker say about the Amazon? Passage 2. How often do you say to people, "I'm busy," or "I haven't got time for that"? It's an inevitable truth that all of us live a life in the fast lane, even though we know that being busy is not always particularly healthy. Growing up in New Zealand, everything was always calm and slow. People enjoyed the tranquility of a slower pace of life. But after I moved to Tokyo and lived there for a number of years, I got used to having a pile of to-do lists, and my calendar always looked like a mess, with loads of things to do written across it. I found myself filling my time up with endless work meetings and social events, rushing along as busy as a bee. Then, one day, I came across a book called In Praise of Slowness, and realised that being busy is not only detrimental, but also has the danger of turning life into an endless race. So I started practising the various practical steps mentioned by the author in the book, and began to revolt against the very idea of being too busy. It doesn't mean that my to-do lists no longer exist, but I've become more aware of the importance of slowing down and making sure that I enjoy the daily activities as I carry them out. From now on, when someone asks you how your life is, try responding with words like exciting and fun instead of the cultural norm that says busy. See if you experience the tranquility that follows.
Questions 12 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 12. What does the speaker think is an inevitable truth? Question 13. What does the speaker say about her life in Tokyo? Question 14. What made the speaker change her lifestyle? Question 15. What happened after the speaker changed her lifestyle?
Section C. Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices, marked A, B, C and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the centre.
Recording 1. Governments, private groups, and individuals spend billions of dollars a year trying to root out non-native organisms that are considered dangerous to ecosystems and to prevent the introduction of new intruders. But a number of scientists question the assumption that the presence of alien species can never be acceptable in a natural ecosystem. They say that portraying introduced species as inherently bad is an unscientific approach. Distinctions between exotic and native species are artificial, said Dr. Michael Rosenzweig, a professor of evolutionary biology at the University of Arizona, because they depend on picking a date and calling the plants and animals that show up after that date exotic. Ecosystems free of species defined as exotic are, by default, considered the most natural. You can't roll back the clock and remove all exotics or fix habitats, Dr. Rosenzweig said. Both native and exotic species can become invasive, and so they all have to be monitored and controlled when they begin to get out of hand. At its core, the debate is about how to manage the world's remaining natural ecosystems and about how and how much to restore other habitats. Species that invade a territory can harm ecosystems, agriculture, and human health. They can threaten some native species or even destroy and replace others. Next to habitat loss, these invasive species represent the greatest threat to biodiversity worldwide, many ecologists say. Ecologists generally define an alien species as one that people accidentally or deliberately carried to its new location. Across the American continents, exotic species are those introduced after the first European contact. That date, rounded off to 1500 AD, represents what ecologists consider to have been a major shift in the spread of species, including crops and livestock, as they began to migrate with humans from continent to continent. Only a small percentage of alien species cause problems in their new habitats, said Don Smith, professor of ecology and evolutionary biology at the University of Tennessee. Of the 7,000 alien species in the United States, out of a total of 150,000 species, only about 10% are invasive, he pointed out. The other 90% have fit into their environments and are considered naturalized. Yet appearances can deceive, ecologists caution, and many of these exotics may be considered acceptable only because no one has documented their harmful effects. What is more, non-native species can appear harmless for decades, then turn invasive.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What assumption about introduced species is challenged by a number of scientists? Question 17. What does Dr. Michael Rosenzweig think of exotic and native species? Question 18. What does Professor Don Smith say about alien species? Recording 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third in our series of business seminars in the programme Doing Business Abroad. Today, we are going to look at intercultural awareness, that is, the fact that not everyone is British, not everyone speaks English, and not everyone does business in a British way. And why should they? If overseas business people are selling to us, then they will make every effort to speak English and to respect our traditions and methods. It is only polite for us to do the same when we visit them. It is not only polite, it is essential if we want to sell British products overseas. First, a short quiz. Let's see how interculturally aware you are. Question 1. Where must you not drink alcohol on the 1st and 7th of every month? Question 2. Where should you never admire your host's possessions? Question 3. How should you attract the waiter during a business lunch in Bangkok? And question 4. Where should you try to make all your appointments either before 2 or after 5:30 p.m? OK, everyone had a chance to make some notes? Right, here are the answers. Although I am sure that the information could equally well apply to countries other than those I have chosen. So, number 1. You must not drink alcohol on the 1st and 7th of the month in India. In international hotels, you may find it served, but if you are having a meal with an Indian colleague, remember to avoid asking for a beer if your arrival coincides with one of those dates. 2. In Arab countries, the politeness and generosity of the people is without parallel. If you admire your colleague's beautiful golden bowls, you may well find yourself being presented with them as a present. This is not a cheap way to do your shopping, however, as your host will, quite correctly, expect you to respond by presenting him with a gift of equal worth and beauty. In Thailand, clicking the fingers, clapping your hands, or just shouting, "Waiter," will embarrass your hosts, fellow diners, the waiter himself, and, most of all, you. Place your palm downward and make an inconspicuous waving gesture, which will produce instant and satisfying results. And finally, in Spain, some businesses maintain the pattern of working until about 2 o'clock, and then returning to the office from 5:30 to 8, 9 or 10 in the evening.
Questions 19 to 21 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What should you do when doing business with foreigners? Question 20. What must you avoid doing with your Indian colleague? Question 21. What do we learn about some Spanish business people? Recording 3. Shortly after he took over the Reader's Digest Association in 1984, George Gruen unlocked the company's boardroom and announced that the room was now open to the employees. It was a symbolic act. indicating that under Grun's leadership, Reader's Digest was going to be different. True to his word, Grun has shaken up the culture here. To get an idea of the culture we're talking about, consider the boardroom Grun opened up. It has artworks that any museum in the world would want to collect. Paintings by many world-famous artists like Monet and Picasso. Its headquarters houses some 3,000 works of art. The main building is topped with a Georgian tower with 4 sculptures of the mythical winged horse, the magazine's corporate logo. It sits on 127 acres of well-trimmed lawns. The editor's office used to be occupied by founder DeWitt Wallace, who, along with his wife, Leila Aitchison Wallace, launched Reader's Digest in 1922 with condensed articles from other publications. It has become the world's most widely read magazine, selling 28 million copies each month in 17 languages and 41 different editions. The Wallaces, both children of church ministers, had a clearly defined formula for their little magazine, as Reader's Digest was originally subtitled. Articles were to be short, readable, and uplifting. Subjects were picked to inspire or entertain. The Wallaces didn't accept advertising in the U.S. edition until 1955, and even then they didn't allow any ads for cigarettes, liquor, or drugs. The Wallaces also had a clear sense of the kind of workplace they wanted. It started as a mom-and-pop operation, and the childless Wallaces always considered employees to be part of their family. Employees still tell stories of how the Wallaces would take care of employees who had met with misfortunes, and they showered their employees with unusual benefits, like a turkey at Thanksgiving and Fridays off in May. This cozy workplace no longer exists here. The Wallaces both died in their 90s in the early 1980s. George Grun, a former ad salesman who joined Reader's Digest in 1960, has his eye focused on the bottom line. In a few short years, he turned the magazine on its head. He laid off several hundred workers. Especially hard hit were the blue and pink collar departments, such as subscription fulfillment.
Questions 22 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 22. What did George Grun do in 1984? Question 23. How did the Wallaces define the formula for Reader's Digest? Question 24. What do we learn about the founder of Reader's Digest, DeWitt Wallace? Question 25. What change took place in Reader's Digest after the Wallaces?
College English Test, Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Conversation 1.
What's all that? Are you going to make a salad?
No, I'm going to make a gazpacho.
What's that?
Gazpacho is a cold soup from Spain. It's mostly vegetables. I guess you could call it a liquid salad.
Cold soup? Sounds weird.
It's delicious, trust me. I tried it for the first time during my summer vacation in Spain. You see, in the south of Spain it gets very hot in the summer, up to 40 degrees Celsius. So a cold gazpacho is very refreshing. The main ingredients are tomato, cucumber, bell peppers, olive oil and stale bread.
Stale bread? Surely you mean bread for dipping into the soup.
No, bread is crushed and blended in like everything else. It adds texture and thickness to the soup.
And is it healthy?
Sure. As I said earlier, it's mostly vegetables. You can also add different things if you like, such as hard-boiled egg or cured ham.
Cured ham? What's that?
That's another Spanish delicacy. Have you never heard of it? It's quite famous.
No. Is it good too?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's amazing. It's a little dry and salty, and it's very expensive because it comes from a special type of pig that only eats a special type of food. The ham is covered in salt to dry and preserve it, and left to hang for up to 2 years. It has a very distinct flavour.
Sounds interesting. Where can I find some?
It used to be difficult to get Spanish produce here, but it's now a lot more common. Most large supermarket chains have cured ham in little packets, but in Spain you can buy a whole leg.
A whole pig leg? Why would anybody want so much ham?
In Spain, many people buy a whole leg for special group events such as Christmas. They cut it themselves into very thin slices with a long flat knife.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What do we learn about gazpacho? Question 2. For what purpose is stale bread mixed into gazpacho? Question 3. Why does the woman think gazpacho is healthy? Question 4. What does the woman say about cured ham?
Conversation 2.
Hello, I wish to buy a bottle of wine.
Hi, yes, what kind of wine would you like?
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know much about wine.
That's no problem at all. What's the occasion and how much would you like to spend?
It's for my boss. It's his birthday. I know he likes wine, but I don't know what type. I also do not want anything too expensive. Maybe mid-range. How much would you say is a mid-range bottle of wine, approximately?
Well, it varies greatly. Our lowest prices are around $6 a bottle, but those are table wines. They are not very special, and I would not suggest them as a gift. On the other end, our most expensive bottles are over $150. If you are looking for something priced in the middle, I would say anything between $30 and $60 would make a decent gift. How does that sound?
Yeah. I guess something in the vicinity of 30 or 40 would be good. Which type would you recommend?
I would say the safest option is always a red wine. They are generally more popular than whites and can usually be paired with food more easily. Our specialty here are Italian wines, and these tend to be fruity with medium acidity. This one here is a Chianti, which is perhaps Italy's most famous type of red wine. Alternatively, you may wish to try and surprise your boss with something less common, such as this Zinfandel. The grapes are originally native to Croatia, but this winery is in eastern Italy, and it has a more spicy and peppery flavour. So, to summarise, the Chianti is more classical and the Zinfandel more exciting. Both are similarly priced at just under $40.
I will go with Chianti then. Thanks.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What does the woman think of table wines? Question 6. What is the price range of wine the man will consider? Question 7. Why does the woman recommend red wines? Question 8. What do we learn about the wine the man finally bought? Section B. Directions. In this section you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the centre.
Passage 1. Many people enjoy secret codes. The harder the code, the more some people will try to figure it out. In wartime, codes are especially important. They help armies send news about battles and the size of enemy forces. Neither side wants its code broken by the other. One very important code was never broken. It was used during World War II by the Americans. It was a spoken code, never written down, and it was developed and used by Navajo Indians. They were called the Navajo Code Talkers. The Navajos created the code in their own language. Navajo is hard to learn, and only a few people know it. So it was pretty certain that the enemy would not be able to understand the code talkers. In addition, the talkers used code words. They called a submarine an iron fish, and a small bomb thrown by hand a potato. If they wanted to spell something, they used code words for letters of the alphabet. For instance, the letter A was ant or apple or axe. The code talkers worked mostly in the islands in the Pacific. 1 or 2 would be assigned to a group of soldiers. They would send messages by field telephone to the code talker in the next group, and he would relay the information to his commander. The code talkers played an important part in several battles. They helped troops coordinate their movements and attacks. After the war, the U.S. government honored them for what they had accomplished. Theirs was the most successful wartime code ever used.
Questions 9 to 11 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What does the speaker say many people enjoy doing? Question 10. What do we learn about the Navajo code talkers? Question 11. What is the speaker mainly talking about? Passage 2. If you are young and thinking about your career, you'll want to know where you can make a living. Well, there's going to be a technological replacement of a lot of knowledge-intensive jobs in the next 20 years, particularly in the two largest sectors of the labour force with professional skills. One is teaching and the other healthcare. You have so many applications and software and platforms that are going to come in and provide information and service in these two fields, which means a lot of healthcare and education sectors will be radically changed and a lot of jobs will be lost. Now, where will the new jobs be found? Well, the one sector of the economy that can't be easily duplicated by even smart technologies is the caring sector, the personal care sector. That is, you can't really get a robot to do a great massage or physical therapy, or you can't get the kind of personal attention you need with regard to therapy or any other personal service. There could be very high-end personal services. Therapists do charge a lot of money. I think there's no limit to the amount of personal attention and personal care people would like if they could afford it. But the real question in the future is, how can people afford these things if they don't have money, because they can't get a job that pays enough? That's why I wrote this book, which is about how to reorganize the economy for the future when technology brings about disruptive changes to what we used to consider high-income work.
Questions 12 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 12. What does the speaker say will happen in the next 20 years? Question 13. Where will young people have more chances to find jobs? Question 14. What does the speaker say about therapists? Question 15. What is the speaker's book about?
Section C. Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices, marked A, B, C and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the centre. Recording 1. American researchers have discovered the world's oldest paved road, a 4,600-year-old highway. It linked a stone pit in the Egyptian desert to waterways that carried blocks to monument sites along the Nile. The 8-mile road is at least 500 years older than any previously discovered road. It is the only paved road discovered in ancient Egypt, said geologist Thomas Bown of the United States Geological Survey. He reported the discovery on Friday. The road probably doesn't rank with the pyramids as a construction feat, but it is a major engineering achievement, said his colleague, geologist James Harrell of the University of Toledo. Not only is the road earlier than we thought possible, we didn't even think they built roads. The researchers also made a discovery in the stone pit at the northern end of the road, the first evidence that the Egyptians used rock saws. This is the oldest example of saws being used for cutting stone, said Bound's colleague James Hoffmeyer of Wheaton College in Illinois. That's two technologies we didn't know they had, Harold said, and we don't know why they were both abandoned. The road was discovered in the Fayum Depression, about 45 miles southwest of Cairo. Short segments of the road had been observed by earlier explorers, Bound said, but they failed to realise its significance or follow up on their observations. Bound and his colleagues stumbled across it while they were doing geological mapping in the region. The road was clearly built to provide services for the newly discovered stone pit. Bound and Harold have found the camp that housed workers at the stone pit. The road appears today to go nowhere, ending in the middle of the desert. When it was built, its terminal was a dock on the shore of Lake Moeris, which had an elevation of about 66 feet above sea level, the same as the dock. Lake Moeris received its water from the annual floods of the Nile. At the time of the floods, the river and lake were at the same level and connected through a gap in the hills near the modern villages of El Lahoun and Hawara. Harold and Bound believe that blocks were loaded onto barges during the dry season, then floated over to the Nile during the floods to be shipped off to the monument sites at Giza and Saqqara.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What do we learn from the lecture about the world's oldest paved road in Egypt? Question 17. What did the researchers discover in the stone pit? Question 18. For what purpose was the paved road built? Recording 2. The thin, extremely sharp needles didn't hurt at all going in. Dr. Gong pierced them into my left arm, around the elbow that had been bothering me. Other needles were slipped into my left wrist and strangely into my right arm, and then into both my closed eyelids. There wasn't any discomfort, just a mild warming sensation. However, I did begin to wonder what had driven me here, to the office of Dr. James Gong in New York's Chinatown. Then I remembered the torturing pain in that left elbow. Several trips to a hospital and 2 expensive, uncomfortable medical tests had failed to produce even a diagnosis. Maybe you lean on your left arm too much, the doctor concluded, suggesting I see a bone doctor. During the hours spent waiting in vain to see a bone doctor, I decided to take another track and try acupuncture. A Chinese-American friend recommended Dr. Gong. I took the subway to Gong's second-floor office, marked with a hand-painted sign. Dr. Gong speaks English, but not often. Most of my questions to him were greeted with a friendly laugh, but I managed to let him know where my arm hurt. He asked me to go into a room, had me lie down on a bed, and went to work. In the next room, I learned a woman dancer was also getting a treatment. As I lay there a while, I drifted into a dreamlike state and fantasized about what she looked like. Acupuncturists today are as likely to be found on Park Avenue as on Mott Street. In all, there are an estimated 10,000 acupuncturists in the country. Nowadays, a lot of medical doctors have learned acupuncture techniques. So have a number of dentists. Reason? Patient demand. Few, though, can adequately explain how acupuncture works. Acupuncturists may say that the body has more than 800 acupuncture points. A life force called qi circulates through the body. Points on the skin are energetically connected to specific organs, body structures, and systems. Acupuncture points are stimulated to balance the circulation of qi. The truth is, though, acupuncture is at least 2,200 years old. Nobody really knows what's happening, says Paul Zimewski, a PhD in Chinese studies who practices acupuncture in Philadelphia. After 5 treatments, there has been dramatic improvement in my arm, and the pain is a fraction of what it was. The mainly silent Dr. Gong finally even offered a diagnosis for what troubled me. Pinched nerve, he said.
Questions 19 to 21 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What does the speaker find especially strange? Question 20. Why did the speaker go see Dr. Gong? Question 21. What accounts for the growing popularity of acupuncture in the United States, according to the speaker? Recording 3. Ronald and Lois, married for 2 decades, consider themselves a happy couple, but in the early years of their marriage, both were disturbed by persistent arguments that seemed to fade away without ever being truly resolved. They uncovered clues to what was going wrong by researching a fascinating subject: how birth order affects not only your personality, but also how compatible you are with your mate. Ronald and Lois are only children, and onlys grow up accustomed to being the apple of their parents' eyes. Match 2 onlys, and you have partners who subconsciously expect each other to continue fulfilling this expectation, while neither has much experience in the giving end. Here's a list of common birth order characteristics, and some thoughts on the best and worst marital matches for each. The oldest tends to be self-assured, responsible, a high achiever, and relatively serious and reserved. He may be slow to make friends, perhaps content with only one companion. The best matches are with a youngest, an only, or a mate raised in a large family. The worst match is with another oldest, since the two will be too sovereign to share a household comfortably. The youngest child of the family thrives on attention and tends to be outgoing, adventurous, optimistic, creative, and less ambitious than others in the family. He may lack self-discipline and have difficulty making decisions on his own. A youngest brother of brothers, often unpredictable and romantic, will match best with an oldest sister of brothers. The youngest sister of brothers is best matched with an oldest brother of sisters, who will happily indulge these traits. The middle child is influenced by many variables. However, middles are less likely to take initiative and more anxious and self-critical than others. Middles often successfully marry other middles, since both are strong on tact, not so strong on aggressiveness, and tend to crave affection. The only child is often most comfortable when alone, but since an only tends to be a well-adjusted individual, she'll eventually learn to relate to any chosen spouse. the male-only child expects his wife to make life easier without getting much in return. He is sometimes best matched with a younger sister of brothers. The female-only child, who tends to be slightly more flexible, is well matched with an older man who will indulge her tendency to test his love. Her worst match? Another only, of course.
Questions 22 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 22. What does the speaker say about Ronald and Lois's early years of married life? Question 23. What do we learn about Ronald and Lois? Question 24. What does the speaker say about the oldest child in a family? Question 25. What does the speaker say about the only children?
College English Test, Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with the single line through the center.
Conversation 1.
Hey, I just read a great book about physics. I think you'd like it. It's called The Physics of the World. It's written by a scientist named Sylvia Mendez.
Oh, I read that book. It was great. The writer is a warm and competent guide to the mysteries of physics. I think it promises enrichment for any reader, from those who know little about science to the career physicist.
And it's refreshing to see a strong, curious, clever woman adding her voice to the scientific discourse in a field that has been traditionally dominated by men. I think she is to be commended for making an effort to include anecdotes about little-known female scientists. You know, they were often victims of a generation firmly convinced that the woman's place was in the home.
I like how the book is clearly written, with each chapter brought to life by pieces of fascinating knowledge. For example, in one chapter, she exposes a myth that I've heard taught by university physics professors. I've often heard that medieval glass windows are thicker at the bottom because glass flows like a fluid. This, she shows, is not true. The distortion is actually thanks to a peculiarity of the glassmaker's process.
Yeah, I like how she cultivates scientific engagement by providing a host of do-it-yourself experiments that bring the same foundational principles of classical physics that govern everything from the solar system to your kitchen table. From using complex laws of physics to test whether a spinning egg is cooked, to measuring atmospheric pressure by lifting a piece of cardboard, her hands-on examples make her book a truly interactive read.
Yes, I must say this equation-free book is an ideal read for scientists of all stripes, anyone teaching science, and even people who dislike physics.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What does the woman say about the book the man recommended? Question 2. What can we find in the book the man recommended? Question 3. How does the author bring her book to life? Question 4. How does the book cultivate readers' interest in physics?
Conversation 2.
Hi, Professor. I was hoping I could have a moment of your time, if you're not too busy. I'm having some problems getting started on my dissertation, and I was hoping you could give me some advice on how to begin.
Sure. I have quite a few students, though, so can you remind me what your topic is?
The general topic I chose is aesthetics, but that's as far as I've got. I don't really know where to go from there.
Yeah, that's much too large a topic. You really need to narrow it down in order to make it more accessible. Otherwise, you'll be writing a book.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to ask you about. I was hoping it would be possible for me to change topics. I'm really more interested in nature than beauty.
I'm afraid you have to adhere to the assigned topic. Still, if you're interested in nature, then that certainly can be worked into your dissertation. We've talked about Hume before in class, right?
Oh yeah, he's the philosopher who wrote about where our ideas of beauty come from.
Exactly. I suggest you go to the library and get a copy of his biography. Start from there, but remember to stick to the parameters of the assignment. This paper is a large part of your cumulative grade, so make sure to follow the instructions. If you take a look at his biography, you can get a good idea of how his life experiences manifest themselves in his theories of beauty, specifically the way he looked towards nature as the origin of what we find beautiful.
Great. Thanks for taking the time to answer my questions, Professor. I'll let you get back to class now.
If there's anything else you need, please come see me in my office any time.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What is the man's problem? Question 6. What does the professor think of the man's topic? Question 7. What is the man really more interested in? Question 8. What does the professor say the man has to do?
Section B. Directions. In this section you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the centre. Passage 1. During the Arctic winter, from October to March, the average temperature in the frozen north typically hovers around -20 degrees Celsius. But this year, the Arctic is experiencing much higher temperatures. On February the 20th, the temperature in Greenland climbed above freezing, or 0 degrees Celsius, and it stayed there for over 24 hours. Then, on February the 24th, the temperature on Greenland's northern tip reached 6 degrees Celsius. Climate scientists describe the phenomenon as stunning. Weather conditions that drive this bizarre temperature surge have visited the Arctic before. They typically appear about once in a decade. However, the last such increase in temperature took place 2 years ago. This is troubling as climbing Arctic temperatures combined with rapid sea ice loss are creating a new type of climate feedback loop, which could accelerate Arctic warming. Indeed, sea ice cover in the Arctic is melting faster than expected. Without those masses of cooling sea ice, warm air brought to the Arctic can penetrate further inland than it ever did before. The air can stay warmer longer too. This drives additional melting. Overall, Earth is warming at a rapid pace. 2014 through 2017 rank as the hottest years on record, and the Arctic is warming twice as fast as any place else on Earth. This raises unique challenges for Arctic wildlife and indigenous people, who depend on Arctic ecosystems to survive. Previously, climate forecasts predicted that Arctic summer ice would disappear entirely by around 2060. But based on what scientists are seeing now, the Arctic may be facing summers without ice within 20 years.
Questions 9 to 11 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What did climate scientists describe as stunning? Question 10. What does the passage say about the temperature surge in the Arctic? Question 11. What may occur in 20 years according to scientists' recent observations? Passage 2. A good dose of willpower is often necessary to see any task through, whether it's sticking to a spending plan or finishing a great novel. And if you want to increase that willpower, a new study suggests you just simply have to believe you have it. According to this study, what matters most is what we think about our willpower. If we believe it's a finite resource, we act that way. We feel exhausted and need breaks between demanding mental tasks. However, people who view their willpower as a limitless resource get energized instead. The researchers used a psychological assessment tool to test the validity of the study. They asked 1,100 Americans and 1,600 Europeans to grade different statements, such as, "After a challenging mental activity, my energy is depleted and I must rest to get it refueled again." Or, "I can focus on a mental task for long periods without feeling tired." Although there was little difference between men and women overall, Americans were more likely to admit to needing breaks after completing mentally challenging tasks. European participants, on the other hand, claimed they were able to keep going. Based on the findings, the researchers suggest that the key to boosting your willpower is to believe that you have an abundant supply of it. Your feelings about your willpower affect the way you behave, but these feelings are changeable, they said. Changing your beliefs about the nature of your self-control can have positive effects on character development. This leads to healthier behaviors and perceptions of other people.
Questions 12 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 12. What is often necessary for carrying through a task? Question 13. What is the finding of the new study? Question 14. What do we learn about European participants as compared with their American counterparts? Question 15. What do the researchers say concerning people's feelings about willpower? Section C, Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices, marked A, B, C and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the centre. Recording 1. Here is my baby niece, Sarah. Her mum is a doctor and her dad is a lawyer. By the time Sarah goes to college, the jobs her parents do are going to look dramatically different. In 2013, researchers at Oxford University did a study on the future of work. They concluded that almost 1 in every 2 jobs has a high risk of being automated by machines. Machine learning is the technology that's responsible for most of this disruption. It's the most powerful branch of artificial intelligence. It allows machines to learn from data and copy some of the things that humans can do. My company, Kaggle, operates on the cutting edge of machine learning. We bring together hundreds of thousands of experts to solve important problems for industry and academia. This gives us a unique perspective on what machines can do, what they can't do, and what jobs they might automate or threaten. Machine learning started making its way into industry in the early 90s. It started with relatively simple tasks. It started with things like assessing credit risk from loan applications, sorting the mail by reading handwritten zip codes. Over the past few years, we have made dramatic breakthroughs. Machine learning is now capable of far, far more complex tasks. In 2012, Kaggle challenged its community to build a program that could grade high school essays. The winning programs were able to match the grades given by human teachers. Now, given the right data, machines are going to outperform humans at tasks like this. A teacher might read 10,000 essays over a 40-year career. A machine can read millions of essays within minutes. We have no chance of competing against machines on frequent high-volume tasks. But there are things we can do that machines cannot. Where machines have made very little progress is in tackling novel situations. Machines can't handle things they haven't seen many times before. The fundamental limitation of machine learning is that it needs to learn from large volumes of past data. But humans don't. We have the ability to connect seemingly different threads to solve problems we've never seen before.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What did the researchers at Oxford University conclude? Question 17. What do we learn about Kaggle Company's winning programs? Question 18. What is the fundamental limitation of machine learning? Recording 2. We've talked recently about the importance of sustainable energy. We've also talked about the different theories on how that can be done. So far, our discussions have all been theoretical. Now I have a practical question for you all. Can you run a 140,000 kilogram train on just the steam generated by solar power? Well, one engineer, Tim Castleman, believes it's possible. And his home city of Sacramento, California, should see the technology's first test. As part of the upgrading of its rail yard, Castleman, who is an inventor and self-proclaimed steam visionary, is campaigning for a new steam train that runs without any fire and could run on an existing 10-kilometer line, drawing tourists and perhaps offering city commuters a green alternative to their cars. Castleman wants to build an array of solar magnifying mirrors at one end of the line to collect and focus heat onto water-filled tubes. This would generate steam that could be used to fill tanks on a small steam train without the use of fire. Supplying power to trains in this way would offer the shortest distance from well to wheels, he says, with the least amount of energy lost. According to Harry Valentine, a Canadian engineer who is researching modern steam technology, a special tank measuring 2 by 10 meters could store over 750 kilowatt hours of energy as high-pressure steam, enough to pull a 2-car train for an hour or so. Energy to drive a steam locomotive can be stored in other materials besides water. For example, a team at Tohoku University in Japan has studied materials that can store large amounts of heat. When heated, these materials turn from a solid into a liquid, absorbing energy as they change phase. The liquid is maintained above its melting point until steam is required, at which point the liquid is allowed to turn back into a solid, releasing its stored energy. Another team at Nagoya University in Japan has tested calcium compound as an energy storage material. Heating this chemical compound drives off carbon dioxide gas, leaving calcium oxide. The gas can be stored under pressure in a tank. To recover the energy, the gas is fed back over the calcium oxide. In theory, says Valentine, this can create a high enough temperature to generate superheated steam.
Questions 19 to 21 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What has the speaker previously talked about? Question 20. What is Tim Castleman trying to do in Sacramento? Question 21. What has a Japanese research team tried to do? Recording 3. Today's crisis in care for older people in England has 2 main causes. First, people are living longer with a lot more complex needs. Second, they rely on a system that has long been marked by a poor relation between national health and social care services. Current services originate in 2 key measures. They are the National Health Service and the 1948 National Assistance Act. This required local governments to provide residential accommodation for older people and supervise care homes run by independent organisations. They also provided home and community services, including meals, day centres and home helpers and other subsidised services. The National Health Service was free and wholly publicly provided. It delivered the best health care for all. No such vision guided residential and community care, though. The care was substantially provided by voluntary services, which worked together with local authorities, as they long had, with eligibility based on income. Today, life expectancy has risen from 66 for a male at birth in 1948 to around 80 now. In addition, there is better overall health and improved medical knowledge and care. This means an unprecedented number of people are surviving longer in conditions requiring expert support. Families provide at least as much care as they ever did. Even so, they can rarely, without subsidised support, address serious personal needs. Care for older people faced persistent criticism as these trends became apparent. From the early 1960s, local authorities were required to plan health and welfare services. The aim was to enable older people to remain in their own homes for as long as possible. But this increased concern about the lack of coordination between free health and paid-for social care. Through the 1970s, a number of measures sought to improve matters. However, at a time of financial crisis, funding diminished and little changed. In the 1980s, the government cut spending. Meanwhile, preference for private over public services made management even more difficult. Simultaneously, the number of sick older people grew. Governments emphasised the need to improve services. They did so, though, while doing little to stop the erosion of available aid. Services were irregular across authorities. Unless you were prepared to pay, they were increasingly difficult to obtain for any but the most severely disabled. Why has 60 years of criticism produced so little change? Discrimination against older people has a long history. Additionally, those affected by inadequate health and social care are too vulnerable to launch the protests that have addressed other forms of discrimination.
Questions 22 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 22. What is one cause of the current crisis in care for the elderly in England? Question 23. What does the speaker say about residential and community care? Question 24. What made management of care for the elderly more difficult in the 1980s? Question 25. What does the speaker say about older people in England? College English Test, Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Conversation 1.
Do you mind taking my photo with the statue over there? I think it will make a great shot.
Sure, no worries. You're always taking photos. What do you do with all the photos you take?
Well, don't laugh. My dream is to become an online celebrity of sorts.
You're not serious, are you?
I am completely. I just got the idea a few months ago after posting some holiday photos on my social media accounts. A lot of people liked my photos and started asking me for travel tips. So I figured I'd give it a go. I post a lot on social media anyway, so I've got nothing to lose.
I guess that's true. So what do you have to do to become internet famous?
Surprisingly, a lot more than I did as a hobby. Recently, I've been spending a lot more time editing photos, posting online, and clearing storage on my phone. It's always full now.
That doesn't sound like too much work.
Well, there's more to it. I spent all last weekend researching what topics are popular, what words to use in captions, and similar accounts to follow. It really was a lot to take in, and I was up well past midnight. I'd say it's paying off, though. I increased the number of people following my accounts by 15% already.
That is impressive. I guess I never thought much about all the effort behind the scene. Now that I think about it, there's always something wrong with my photos as it is. Half smiles, closed eyes, messy hair. I hope you have better luck than I do. Then again, I think the only person interested in my photos is my mum.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What does the man ask the woman to do? Question 2. What does the man dream of? Question 3. What has the man been busy doing recently? Question 4. What does the woman say about her photos?
Conversation 2.
Good evening and welcome to Physics Today. Here we interview some of the greatest minds in physics as they help us to understand some of the most complicated theories. Today, I'm very pleased to welcome Dr. Melissa Phillips, Professor of Theoretical Physics. She's here to tell us a little about what it is she studies. Dr. Phillips, you seem to study everything.
I guess that would be fair to say. I spend most of my time studying the Big Bang Theory and where our universe came from.
Can you tell us a little about that?
Well, I'm very interested in why the universe exists at all. That may sound odd, but the fact is, at the moment of the Big Bang, both matter and antimatter were created. For a short time, and I mean just a fraction of a second, the whole universe was a super-hot soup of radiation filled with these particles. So, what's baffled scientists for so long is, why is there a universe at all?
That's because matter and antimatter are basically opposites of each other. They are exactly alike, except that they have opposite electrical charges. So when they collide, they destroy each other?
Exactly. So during the first few moments of the Big Bang, the universe was extremely hot and very small. Matter and the now more exotic antimatter would have had little space to avoid each other. This means that they should have totally wiped each other out, leaving the universe completely barren.
But a recent study seems to point to the fact that when matter and antimatter were first created, there were slightly more particles of matter, which allowed the universe we all live in to form?
Exactly. Because there was slightly more matter, the collisions quickly depleted all the antimatter and left just enough matter to create stars, planets, and eventually us.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What does the man say is physics today? Question 6. What is the woman physicist's main research area? Question 7. What is the woman interested in? Question 8. What seems to be the finding of the recent study?
Section B. Directions. In this section you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the centre.
Passage 1. In this week's edition of Special Series on Bizarre Medical Conditions, there's a report of the case of Michelle Myers. Myers is an American woman who woke up one day speaking with a British accent, even though she's lived in the United States all her life. In 2015, Myers went to bed with a terrible headache. She woke up sounding like someone from England. Her British accent has remained for the past 2 years. Previously, Myers had woken up speaking in Irish and Australian accents. However, on both of those occasions, the accents lasted for only a week. Myers has been diagnosed with foreign accent syndrome. It's a disorder in which a person experiences a sudden change to their speech so that they sound like they are speaking in a foreign accent. The condition is most often caused by a stroke or traumatic brain injury. Although people with the syndrome have intelligible speech, their manner of speaking is altered in terms of timing and tongue placement, which may distort their pronunciation. The result is that they may sound foreign when speaking their native language. It's not clear whether Myers has experienced a stroke or other brain damage, but she also has a separate medical condition which can result in loose joints, easily bruised skin, and other problems. Foreign accent syndrome is rare, with only about 60 cases reported within the past century. However, a different American woman reportedly spoke with a Russian accent in 2010 after she fell down the stairs and hit her head.
Questions 9 to 11 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What happened to Michelle Myers one day? Question 10. What does the passage say about foreign accent syndrome? Question 11. What accent did another American woman speak with after a head injury? Passage 2. There is something about water that makes it a good metaphor for life. That may be one reason why so many people find relief in swimming when life's seas get rough, and it goes some way towards explaining why books about swimming, in which people tackle icy lakes, race in rivers, and overcome oceans while reflecting on their lives, have recently become so popular. These books reflect a trend particularly strong in Britain, where swimming in pools is declining, but more and more folks are opting for open water. Wild swimming seems to be especially popular among women. Jenny Landreth recently published a guide to the best swimming spots in London. Her new book, Swell, interweaves her own story with a history of female pioneers who accomplished remarkable feats and paved the way for future generations. Notions of modesty restricted women in the Victorian era, but they still swam. A bathing machine was rolled down to the seashore so women would not be seen in swimwear. In 1892, the Gentlewoman's Book of Sport described a woman swimming in a heavy dress, boots, hat, gloves, and carrying an umbrella. Eventually, swimming became freer. Mixed bathing was permitted on British beaches in 1901. Women won the right to swim in public pools, learned to swim properly, created appropriate swimwear and, in time, even competed against men. The first woman to cross the English Channel was Gertrude Ederle in 1926. She beat the record by almost 2 hours, and her father rewarded her with a red sports car.
Questions 12 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 12. What has become so popular recently? Question 13. What did Jenny Landreth do recently? Question 14. What do we learn about women in the Victorian era? Question 15. What does the passage say about Gertrude Ederle?
Section C. Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices, marked A, B, C and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the centre.
Recording 1. Today, I'm going to talk about a very special kind of person. Psychologists call them masters of deception. Those rare individuals with a natural ability to tell with complete confidence when someone is telling a lie. For decades, researchers and law enforcement agencies have tried to build a machine that will do the same thing. Now, a company in Massachusetts says that by using magnetic brain scans, they can determine with 97% accuracy whether someone is telling the truth. They hope that the technology will be cleared for use in American courts by early next year. But is this really the ultimate tool for you, the lawyers of tomorrow? You will not find many brain scientists celebrating this breakthrough. The company might be very optimistic, but the ability of their machine to detect deception has not provided credible proof. That's because the technology has not been properly tested in real-world situations. In life, there are different kinds of lies and diverse contexts in which they're told. These differences may elicit different brain responses. Does their hypothesis behind the test apply in every case? We don't know the answer because studies done on how reliable this machine is have not yet been duplicated. Much more research is badly needed. Whether the technology is eventually deemed reliable enough for the courts will ultimately be decided by the judges. Let's hope they're wise enough not to be fooled by a machine that claims to determine truthfulness at the flip of a switch. They should also be skeptical of the growing tendency to try to reduce all human traits and actions to the level of brain activity. Often, they do not map that easily. Moreover, understanding the brain is not the same as understanding the mind. Some researchers have suggested that thoughts cannot properly be seen as purely internal. Instead, thoughts make sense only in reference to the individual's external world. So while there may be insights to be gained from matching behavior to brain activity, those insights will not necessarily lead to justice in a court of law. Problems surround the use of machines to spot deception, at least until it has been rigorously tested. A high-tech test that can tell when a person is not telling the truth sounds too good to be true. And when something sounds too good to be true, it usually is.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What have researchers and law enforcement agencies tried to do? Question 17. How do many brain scientists respond to the Massachusetts company's so-called technological breakthrough? Question 18. What does the speaker think of using a high-tech test to determine whether a person is telling the truth? Recording 2. Last week I attended a research workshop on an island in the South Pacific. 30 people were present and all except me came from the island called Makalua in the nation of Vanuatu. They live in 16 different communities and speak 16 distinct languages. In many cases, you could stand at the edge of one village and see the outskirts of the next community, yet the residents of each village speak a completely different language. According to recent work by my colleagues at the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Human History, this island, just 100 kilometres long and 20 kilometres wide, is home to speakers of perhaps 40 different indigenous languages. Why so many? We could ask this same question of the entire globe. People don't speak one universal language, or even a handful. Instead, today our species collectively speaks over 7,000 distinct languages. And these languages are not spread randomly across the planet. For example, far more languages are found in tropical regions than in the mild zones. The tropical island of New Guinea is home to over 900 languages. Russia, 20 times larger, has 105 indigenous languages. Even within the tropics, language diversity varies widely. For example, the 250,000 people who live on Vanuatu's 80 islands speak 110 different languages. But in Bangladesh, a population 600 times greater speaks only 41 languages. How come humans speak so many languages? And why are they so unevenly spread across the planet? As it turns out, we have few clear answers to these fundamental questions about how humanity communicates. Most people can easily brainstorm possible answers to these intriguing questions. They hypothesize that language diversity must be about history, cultural differences, mountains or oceans dividing populations. But when our diverse team of researchers from 6 different disciplines and 8 different countries began to review what was known, we were shocked that only a dozen previous studies had been done, including one we ourselves completed on language diversity in the Pacific. These prior efforts all examined the degree to which different environmental, social, and geographic variables correlated with the number of languages found in a given location. The results varied a lot from one study to another, and no clear patterns emerged. The studies also ran up against many methodological challenges, the biggest of which centred on the old statistical saying, correlation does not equal causation.
Questions 19 to 21 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What does the speaker say about the island of Makalua? Question 20. What do we learn from the talk about languages in the world? Question 21. What have the diverse team of researchers found about the previous studies on language diversity? Recording 3. We often hear people say that America is a land of opportunity, a country built on hope to aspire to greatness, on the American dream. But is the dream as we once knew it dying? Today's demographics show that the middle class is disappearing, and now the richest 1% of the population has amassed more wealth than the bottom 90%. Once upon a time, Americans thought that if they worked hard enough, even in the face of adversity, they would be rewarded with success. These days, though, the divide between rich and poor is greater than it has ever been. The question is, what is it going to take to change things? Maybe one day soon, real change will actually be made in our nation and the gap will be eradicated. But what happens in the meantime? Is there something that we can do to help close the gap? Is there something that we can do to prove that a little compassion goes a long way? If we want to fix the problem of the income gap, first we have to understand it. It is a grim reality that you can have one person who only makes around $13,000 a year, while across town, another is making millions. For me, it is kind of astonishing. And if you ask low-income people what's the one thing that would change their life, they'll say a full-time job. That's all they aspire to. So why is it so difficult for so many people to find employment? It partly comes down to profit-driven business models that are built around low-wage work and part-time jobs that don't provide benefits. Businesses, in order to bolster profits, hire employees as part-time workers only. This means they are paid the lowest legal wage and receive no health care or other benefits provided to full-time employees. Simultaneously, technological advancement and a global economy has reduced the demand for well-paying blue-collar jobs here in the United States. The cumulative effect of these two factors is that many Americans are forced to take 2 or more part-time jobs just to make ends meet. What has become obvious to me when it comes to the income gap is that there needs to be an opportunity for the people at the bottom to push them back up and push them into the middle class to give them hope in their lives.
Questions 22 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 22. What do the surveys show about America according to the speaker? Question 23. What did Americans used to believe? Question 24. What do low-income people aspire to? Question 25. What do businesses do to increase their revenues?
College English Test, Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A. Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center. Conversation 1.
Welcome to Workplace. And in today's program, we're looking at the results of 2 recently published surveys, which both deal with the same topic, happiness at work. John, tell us about the first survey.
Well, this was done by a human resources consultancy who interviewed more than 1,000 workers and established a top 10 of the factors which make people happy at work. The most important factor for the majority of the people interviewed was having friendly, supportive colleagues. In fact, 73% of people interviewed put their relationship with colleagues as the key factor contributing to happiness at work, which is a very high percentage. The second most important factor was having work that is enjoyable. The 2 least important factors were having one's achievements recognized and, rather surprisingly, earning a competitive salary.
So, we're not mainly motivated by money?
Apparently not.
Any other interesting information in the survey?
Yes. For example, 25% of the working people interviewed described themselves as very happy at work. However, 20% of employees described themselves as being unhappy.
That's quite a lot of unhappy people at work every day.
It is, isn't it? And there were several more interesting conclusions revealed by the survey. First of all, small is beautiful. People definitely prefer working for smaller organizations or companies with less than 100 staff. We also find out that, generally speaking, women were happier in their work than men.
Yes, we are, aren't we?
And workers on part-time contracts, who only work 4 or 5 hours a day, are happier than those who work full-time. The researchers concluded that this is probably due to a better work-life balance.
Are bosses happier than their employees?
Yes, perhaps not surprisingly. The higher people go in a company, the happier they are. So senior managers enjoy their jobs more than people working under them.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What is the number 1 factor that made employees happy according to the survey? Question 2. What is the percentage of the people surveyed who felt unhappy at work? Question 3. What kind of companies are popular with employees? Question 4. What is the possible reason for people on part-time contracts to be happier?
Conversation 2.
Mr. De Keyser, I'm a great lover of your book, Moments Before the Flood. Can you tell us how you first became interested in this subject matter?
In 2006, when the concert hall of the city of Bruges asked me to take some pictures for a catalogue for a new concert season around the theme of water, I found myself working along the Belgian coastline. As there had been numerous alarming articles in the press about a climate catastrophe waiting to happen, I started looking at the sea and the beach very differently, a place where I spent so many perfect days as a child. This fear of a looming danger became the subject of a large-scale photo project.
You wrote in the book, I don't want to photograph the disaster. I want to photograph the disaster waiting to happen. Can you talk a bit about that?
It is clear now that it's a matter of time before the entire European coastline disappears underwater. The same goes for numerous big cities around the world. My idea was to photograph this beautiful and very unique coastline, rich in history, before it's too late, as a last witness.
Can you talk a bit about how history plays a role in this project?
Sure. The project is also about the history of Europe looking at the sea and wondering when the next enemy would appear. In the images, you see all kinds of possible defense constructions to hold back the Romans, Germans, Vikings, and now nature as enemy number one. For example, there is the image of the bridge into the sea, taken at the Normandy D-Day landing site. Also Venice, the city eternally threatened by the sea, where every morning wooden pathways have to be set up to allow tourists to reach their hotels.
Thank you, Mr. De Keyser. It was a pleasure to have you with us today.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What does the man say about the book Moments Before the Flood? Question 6. When did the man get his idea for the work? Question 7. What will happen when the climate catastrophe occurs? Question 8. What does the man say about Venice?
Section B. Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage, you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Passage 1. When facing a new situation, some people tend to rehearse their defeat by spending too much time anticipating the worst. I remember talking with a young lawyer who was about to begin her first jury trial. She was very nervous. I asked what impression she wanted to make on the jury. She replied, "I don't want to look too inexperienced. I don't want them to suspect this is my first trial." This lawyer had fallen victim to the don'ts syndrome, a form of negative goal setting. The don'ts can be self-fulfilling because your mind responds to pictures. Research conducted at Stanford University shows a mental image fires the nervous system the same way as actually doing something. That means when a golfer tells himself, "Don't hit the ball into the water," his mind sees the image of the ball flying into the water. So guess where the ball will go. Consequently, before going into any stressful situation, focus only on what you want to have happen. I asked the lawyer again how she wanted to appear at her first trial, and this time she said, "I want to look professional and self-assured." I told her to create a picture of what self-assured would look like. To her, it meant moving confidently around the courtroom, using convincing body language, and projecting her voice so it could be heard from the judge's bench to the back door. She also imagined a skillful closing argument and a winning trial. A few weeks after this positive dress rehearsal, the young lawyer did win.
Questions 9 to 12 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What do some people do when they face a new situation? Question 10. What does the research conducted at Stanford University show? Question 11. What advice does the speaker give to people in a stressful situation? Question 12. What do we learn about the lawyer in the court? Passage 2. Most Americans don't eat enough fruits, vegetables, or whole grains. Research now says adding fiber to the teen diet may help lower the risk of breast cancer. Conversations about the benefits of fiber are probably more common in nursing homes than high schools. But along comes a new study that could change that. Christy King, a diet specialist at Texas Children's Hospital, finds it hard to get teenage patients' attention about healthy eating. But telling them that eating lots of high-fiber foods could reduce the risk of breast cancer before middle age, that's a powerful message. The new finding is based on a study of 44,000 women. They were surveyed about their diets during high school, and their eating habits were tracked for 2 decades. It turns out that those who consumed the highest levels of fiber during adolescence had a lower risk of developing breast cancer compared to the women who ate the least fiber. This important study demonstrates that the more fiber you eat during your high school years, the lower your risk is in developing breast cancer in later life. The finding points to long-standing evidence that fiber may reduce circulating female hormone levels, which could explain the reduced risk. The bottom line here is the more fiber you eat, perhaps a lower level of hormone in your body, and therefore a lower lifetime risk of developing breast cancer. High-fiber diets are also linked to a reduced risk of heart disease and diabetes. That's why women are told to eat 25 grams of fiber a day, men even more.
Questions 13 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 13. What does the new study tell about adding fiber to the teen diet? Question 14. What do we learn about the survey of the 44,000 women? Question 15. What explanation does the speaker offer for the research finding?
Section C. Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Recording 1. Well, my current research is really about consumer behavior, so recently I've looked at young people's drinking, and it's obviously a major concern to government at the moment. I've also looked at how older people are represented in the media, Again, it's of major current interest, with older people becoming a much larger proportion of UK and indeed world society. I'm also interested in how consumers operate online and how that online behavior might be different from how they operate offline when they go to the shops. Well, I think that the important thing here is to actually understand what's happening from the consumer's perspective. One of the things that businesses and indeed government organizations often fail to do is to really see what is happening from the consumer's perspective. For example, in the case of young people's drinking, one of the things that I've identified is that drinking for people, say, between the ages of 18 and 24, is all about the social activity. A lot of the government advertising has been about individual responsibility, but actually understanding that drinking is very much about the social activity and finding ways to help young people get home safely and not end up in hospital is one of the things that we've tried to present there. The key thing about consumer behavior is that it's very much about how consumers change. Markets always change faster than marketing, so we have to look at what consumers are doing. Currently, I teach consumer behavior to undergraduates in their second year, and we look at all kinds of things in consumer behavior, and particularly how consumers are presented in advertising. So they get involved by looking at advertising and really critically assessing the consumer behavior aspects of it, and getting involved, sometimes doing primary research. For example, last year, my students spent a week looking at their own purchasing and analyzed it in detail from shopping to the relationship that they have with their retail banks and their mobile phone providers. I think they found it very useful, and it also helped them identify just what kind of budgets they had too. The fact of the matter is that there's a whole range of interesting research out there, and I think, as the years go on, there's going to be much more for us to consider, and certainly much more for students to become involved in.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What is the speaker currently doing? Question 17. What has the speaker found about young people's drinking? Question 18. What does the speaker say that his students did last year? Recording 2. Sweden was the first European country to print and use paper money, but it may soon do away with physical currencies. Banks can save a lot of money and avoid regulatory headaches by moving to a cash-free system, and they can also avoid bank robberies, theft, and dirty money. Claire Barrett, the editor of Financial Times Money, says the Western world is headed toward a world without physical currency. Andy Holder, the chief economist at the Bank of England, suggested that the UK move towards a government-backed digital currency. But does a cashless society really make good economic sense? The fact that cash is being drawn out of society is less a feature of our everyday lives, and the ease of electronic payments. Is this actually making us spend more money without realizing it? Barrett wanted to find out if the absence of physical currency does indeed cause a person to spend more. So she decided to conduct an experiment a few months ago. She decided that she was going to try to just use cash for 2 weeks to make all of her essential purchases and see what that would do to her spending. She found she did spend a lot less money because it is incredibly hard to predict how much cash one is going to need. She was forever drawing money out of cash points. Months later, she was still finding cash stuffed in her trouser pockets and the pockets of her handbags. During the experiment, Barrett took a train ride. On the way, there was an announcement that the restaurant car was not currently accepting credit cards. The train cars were filled with groans because many of the passengers were traveling without cash. It underlines just how much things have changed in the last generation, Barrett says. My parents, when they were younger, used to budget by putting money into envelopes. They'd get paid and they'd immediately separate the cash into piles and put them in envelopes so they knew what they had to spend week by week. It was a very effective way for them to keep track of their spending. Nowadays, we're all on credit cards. We're doing online purchases, and money is kind of becoming a less physical and more imaginary type of thing that we can't get our hands around.
Questions 19 to 22 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What do we learn about Sweden? Question 20. What did Claire Barrett want to find out with her experiment? Question 21. What did Claire Barrett find on her train ride? Question 22. How did people of the last generation budget their spending? Recording 3. Why should you consider taking a course in demography in college? You will be growing up in the generation where the baby boomers are going into retirement and dying. You will face problems in the aging of the population that have never been faced before. You will hear more and more about migration between countries and between rural areas and cities. You need to understand as a citizen and as a taxpayer and as a voter what's really behind the arguments. I want to tell you about the past, present, and future of the human population. So let's start with a few problems. Right now, 1 billion people are chronically hungry. That means they wake up hungry, they're hungry all day, and they go to sleep hungry. 1 billion people are living in slums. Not the same billion people, but there is some overlap. Living in slums means they don't have infrastructure to take the garbage away. They don't have secure water supplies to drink. Nearly 1 billion people are illiterate. Try to imagine your life being illiterate. You can't read the labels on the bottles in the supermarket, if you can get to a supermarket. 2/3 of those people who are illiterate are women, and about 200 to 215 million women don't have access to birth control they want so that they can control their own fertility. This is not only a problem in developing countries. About half of all pregnancies globally are unintended. So those are examples of population problems. Demography gives you the tools to understand and to address these problems. It's not only the study of human population, but the populations of non-human species, including viruses like influenza, the bacteria in your gut, plants that you eat, animals that you enjoy, or that provide you with meat. Demography also includes the study of non-living objects like light bulbs and taxicabs and buildings, because these are also populations. It studies these populations in the past, present, and future using quantitative data and mathematical models as tools of analysis. I see demography as a central subject related to economics. It is the means to intervene more wisely and more effectively in the real world to improve the well-being not only of yourself, important as that may be, but of people around you and of other species with whom we share the planet.
Question 23 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 23. What is one of the problems the speaker mentions in his talk? Question 24. What does the speaker say about pregnancies? Question 25. How does the speaker view the study of populations?
This is the end of listening comprehension.
Mr. Ishiguro, have you ever found one of your books at a second-hand bookstore?
Yes, that kind of thing is difficult. If they've got my book there, I think, well, this is an insult. Somebody didn't want to keep my book. But if it's not there, I feel it's an insult too. I think, why aren't people exchanging my book? Why isn't it in this store?
Does being a writer require a thick skin?
Yes. For example, my wife can be very harsh. I began working on my latest book, The Buried Giant, in 2004, but I stopped after I showed my wife a little section. She thought it was rubbish.
Even after you won a Booker Prize?
She's not intimidated at all, and she criticizes me in exactly the same way she did when I was first unpublished and I was starting.
But you would never compromise on your vision.
No, I wouldn't ever compromise on the essential, the ideas or the themes. This isn't really what my wife is trying to criticize me about. It's always about execution.
So why did you put your book, The Buried Giant, aside for so long? Apparently you started working on it over 10 years ago.
I've often stopped writing a book and left it for a few years. And by the time I come back to it, it may have changed. Usually, my imagination has moved on, and I can think of different contexts, or a different way to do it.
What does it feel like when you finally finish a book?
It's funny you ask that because I never have this moment when I feel, I've finished. I watch footballers at the end of the match, you know, the whistle goes and they've won or lost. Until then, they've been giving everything they have, and at that moment they know it's over. It's funny for an author. There's never a finishing whistle.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. How would the man feel if he found his book in a second-hand bookstore? Question 2. What does the man's wife think of his books? Question 3. What does the man do when he engages in writing? Question 4. What does the man want to say by mentioning the football match? According to a study of race and equity in education, black athletes are dropping out of college across the country at alarming rates. With us to talk about the findings in the study is Washington Post columnist Kevin Blackstone. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What is new that you found in this study?
Well, this is Sean Harper's study. And he points out that on major college campuses across the country, black males make up less than 3% of undergraduate enrollments. Yet, when you look at their numbers or percentages on the revenue-generating sports teams of football and basketball, they make up well into 50 to 60% of those teams. So the idea is that they are really there to be part of the revenue-generating working class of athletes on campus, and not necessarily there to be part of the educating class, as most students in other groups are.
Compared with other groups, I think the numbers in this group at those 65 schools are something like just barely more than half of the black male athletes graduate at all.
Exactly. And what's really bad about this is these athletes are supposedly promised at least one thing as reward for all their blood and sweat. And that is a college degree, which can be a transformative tool in our society when you talk about upward mobility. And that's really the troubling part about this.
Well, this has been talked about so much, really, in recent years. Why hasn't it changed?
Well, I think one of the reasons it hasn't changed is because there's really no economic pressure to change this. All of the incentive is really on winning and not losing on the field or on the court. Coaches do not necessarily have the incentive to graduate players.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What are the speakers talking about? Question 6. What is the new finding about black male athletes in this study? Question 7. What is the graduation rate of black male athletes? Question 8. What accounts for black athletes' failure to obtain a college degree according to the man?
America's holiday shopping season starts on Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. It is the busiest shopping day of the year. Retailers make the most money this time of year, about 20 to 30% of annual revenue. About 136 million people will shop during the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. More and more will shop online. In an era of instant information, shoppers can use their mobile phones to find deals. About 183.8 million people will shop on Cyber Monday, the first Monday after Thanksgiving. More than half of all holiday purchases will be made online. 1 in 5 Americans will use a tablet or smartphone. Online spending on Black Friday will rise 15% to hit $2.7 billion this year. Cyber Monday spending will increase 12% to $3 billion. For many, shopping online was a more comfortable alternative than crowded malls. The shift to online shopping has had a big impact on traditional shopping malls. Since 2010, more than 24 shopping malls have closed and an additional 60 are struggling. However, Fortune says the weakest of the malls have closed. The sector is thriving again. The International Council of Shopping Centers said 94.2% of malls were full or occupied with shops by the end of 2014. That is the highest level in 27 years. Economist Gus Faucher said lower unemployment and rising wages could give Americans more money to spend. The average American consumer will spend about $805 on gifts. That's about $630.5 billion between November and December, an increase of 3.7% from last year.
Questions 9 to 12 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What is a speaker mainly talking about? Question 10. How many people will shop on Cyber Monday? Question 11. What does Fortune say about traditional shopping malls? Question 12. What is said to account for the increased number of shoppers? For years, many of us have relied on antibiotic use to treat various infections. And the reality is that antibiotics have been responsible for saving millions of lives since penicillin, one of the earliest antibiotics, was first used on a clinical basis 70 years ago. However, today is a new era in which taking antibiotics can cause some very dangerous and potentially life-threatening situations. In fact, you may have heard about the new superbugs, which are antibiotic-resistant bacteria that have developed as a result of overprescribed antibiotics. In the past, health experts warned us that the day would come in which it would become very difficult to provide medical care for even common problems, such as lung infection or severe sore throat. And apparently that day has come, because seemingly routine operations, such as knee replacements, are now much more hazardous due to the looming threat of these infections. The problem has grown into such epidemic proportions that this severe strain of resistant bacteria is being blamed for nearly 700,000 deaths each year throughout the world. And unfortunately, health experts worry that the number will rise to 10 million or more on a yearly basis by 2050. With such a large life-threatening epidemic, it is sad to say that only 1.2% of budgetary money for the National Institutes of Health is currently being spent on research to tackle this problem. This is a far cry from the funds necessary for a problem of such magnitude.
Questions 13 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 13. What do we learn about the superbugs? Question 14. What is the result of the overuse of antibiotics? Question 15. What is most urgently needed for tackling the large, life-threatening epidemic, according to the speaker? This is the reason you are here in a university. You are here to be educated. You are here to understand thinking better and to think better yourself. It's not a chance you're going to have throughout your lifetime. For the next few years, you have a chance to focus on thinking. I think about some of the students who took advantage of their opportunities in a university. One of the stories I always like to tell is of a freshman seminar that I had a chance to teach at Harvard when I was president of the university. I taught a seminar on globalization, and I assigned a reading that I had written about global capital flows. And, as I did each week, I asked one of the students to introduce the readings. And this young man, in October of his freshman year, said something like the following. The reading by President Summers on the flow of capital across countries, it was kind of interesting, but the data did not come close to supporting the conclusions. And I thought to myself, what a fantastic thing this was. How could somebody who had been there for 5 weeks tell the person who had the title president that he didn't really know what he was talking about? And it was a special moment. Now, I don't want to be misunderstood. I explained to my student that I actually thought he was rather more confused than I was, and I argued back. But what was really important about that was the universities stand out as places that really are about the authority of ideas. You see it in faculty members who are pleased when their students make a discovery that undermines a cherished theory that they had put forward. I think of another student I had who came to me one evening, walked into my office and said that I had written a pretty good paper, but that it had 5 important mistakes, and that he wanted a job. You could debate whether they actually were mistakes, but you couldn't debate that young man's hunger to learn. You could not debate that that young man was someone who wanted to make a difference in economics. And he is today a professor of economics, and his works are more cited as an economist than any other economist in the world.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What does the speaker say about a university? Question 17. What do we learn from the speaker's stories about universities? Question 18. What does the speaker see in the young man who challenged his paper? Psychological research shows we consistently underestimate our mental powers. If you think this does not apply to you, then here is a simple test to show you are wrong. Write down the names of all the American states you can remember. Put the list away and then set yourself the same task a week later. Provided you have not cheated by consulting an atlas, you will notice something rather surprising. The two lists will contain roughly the same number of states, but they will not be identical. Some names will have slipped away, but others will have replaced them. This suggests that somewhere in your mind you may well have a record of virtually every state. So it is not really your memory letting you down, just your ability to retrieve information from it. We would remember a lot more if we had more confidence in our memories and knew how to use them properly. One useful tip is that things are more likely to be remembered if you are in exactly the same state and place as you were when you learned them. So if you are a student who always reviews over black coffee, perhaps it would be sensible to prime yourself with a cup before the exam. If possible, you should also try to learn information in the room where it is going to be tested. When you learn is also important. Lots of people swear they can absorb new information more efficiently at some times of the day than at others. Research shows this is not just imagination. There is a biological rhythm for learning. Though it affects different people in different ways, for most of us, the best plan is to take in new information in the morning and then try to consolidate it into memory during the afternoon. But this does not apply to everyone, so it is essential to establish your own rhythm. You can do this by learning a set number of lines of poetry at different times of the day and seeing when most lines stick. When you have done this, try to organize your life so that the time set aside for learning coincides with the time when your memory is at its best. Avoid learning marathons. They do not make the best use of your mind. Take plenty of breaks because they offer a double bonus. The time off gives your mind a chance to do some preliminary consolidation, and it also gives a memory boost to the learning.
Questions 19 to 22 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What does the simple test suggest? Question 20. What do we learn about the two lists in the test? Question 21. What does the speaker suggest about preparing for and taking an exam? Question 22. What tip does the speaker give on learning? Hello. Today I'm going to talk about poverty. Poverty has become a critical issue in today's world. It concerns not only us sociologists, but also economists, politicians, and business people. Poverty has been understood in many different ways. One useful way is to distinguish between 3 degrees of poverty: extreme poverty, moderate poverty, and relative poverty. The first type of poverty is extreme poverty. It's also called absolute poverty. In extreme poverty, households cannot meet basic needs for survival. People are chronically hungry. They are unable to access safe drinking water, let alone health care. They cannot afford education for their children. In short, people who live in extreme poverty do not have even the minimum resources to support themselves and their families. Where does extreme poverty occur? Well, you can find it only in developing countries. Well, what about moderate poverty? Unlike extreme poverty, moderate poverty generally refers to conditions of life in which basic needs are met, but barely. People living in moderate poverty have the resources to keep themselves alive, but only at a very basic level. For example, they may have access to drinking water, but not clean, safe drinking water. They may have a home to shelter themselves, but it does not have power supply, a telephone, or plumbing. The third kind of poverty is relative poverty. Relative poverty is generally considered to be a household income level which is below a given proportion of average family income. The relatively poor live in high-income countries, but they do not have a high income themselves. The method of calculating the poverty line is different from country to country, but we can say that basically, a family living in relative poverty has less than a percentage of the average family income. For example, in the United States, a family can be considered poor if their income is less than 50% of the national average family income. They can meet their basic needs, but they lack access to cultural goods, entertainment, and recreation. They also do not have access to quality health care or other prerequisites for upward social mobility. Well, I have briefly explained to you how poverty can be distinguished as extreme poverty, moderate poverty, and relative poverty. We should keep these distinctions in mind when we research people's living conditions, either in the developing or the developed world.
Questions 23 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 23. What does the speaker do? Question 24. Where does the speaker say we can find extreme poverty? Question 25. What do we learn about American people living in relative poverty?
College English Test, Band 6, Part 2. Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center. Conversation 1.
You're going to give a short speech of thanks for the speaker this evening, aren't you, Bill?
Yes.
You don't sound very enthusiastic. It's not that bad, is it?
No, I don't mind really, but I can never forget the first speech of thanks I did.
Why? What happened?
Well, I was in my early 20s. I had joined the local history society.
Yes.
Anyway, I went along to a lecture by a Miss Bly.
Oh, do go on.
She was going to talk, with slides, about our town in the 18th century. She had just published a book on the subject, which was reckoned to be quite good. So, I went along. When I arrived, the secretary asked me if I could give the speech of thanks. Rather stupidly, I said yes.
We've all done it.
Anyway, from that point on, I was scared. What should I say? I decided to make notes during the lecture and refer to interesting parts and thank her on behalf of the society. In fact, by the time Miss Bly stood up to talk, I was feeling much better. But she was so nervous that she kept forgetting what to say. And she spoke almost in a whisper. People at the back kept calling out, "We can't hear." It was embarrassing.
I can imagine it.
At least the slides were good. That is, until the bulb in the projector blew, and she had to finish the talk with no illustrations.
So what did you say in your speech of thanks?
What can you say? You have to be polite. I mentioned the interesting facts, referred to the excellent slides, and then finished up by saying, we'd all like to thank Miss Bly for blowing us her slides.
Oh, no.
I felt terrible. I tried to apologize, not very successfully.
And the speech of thanks this evening?
I'll write down exactly what I'm going to say, and read it carefully.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What is the man asked to do this evening? Question 2. What do we learn about the man? Question 3. What does the man say about Miss Bly? Question 4. What does the man say about the first time he gave a speech of thanks?
Conversation 2.
Another cup of tea, Paul?
No thanks. Well, what's new, Laurie?
Nothing dramatic, but there's something you should know about.
What's that?
Well, our rivals are offering extended credit terms to some of the retailers in the area.
Oh? Which rival's this? We only have 2.
Barrett's company.
Oh, them. Well, they're hardly a threat.
I know they're smaller than us, but we can't afford to ignore them.
Yes, you're right, Laurie. But I don't like extended credit. It ties up cash we could put to better use elsewhere. But I'll look into it on Monday.
Yes, and there's something else.
Don't tell me. The letter from the tax revenue office?
Right. How did you know?
Tara told me. What's the problem?
Well, Tom got this letter late yesterday and then went frantic trying to find copies of last year's accounts.
Did he find them?
No, and he was away before I could get hold of the letter.
How about a drive down to the office now, and we'll see if everything's all right. There's another reason why I wanted to chat with you before Monday.
I thought as much. Well, go on, surprise me.
How about selling that new motorcycle of yours in Indonesia?
What? You mean export? Paul, I think you've been away too long. This is Jail Motors. We've never sold a bike abroad.
Don't worry, Laurie. I'm not crazy. I've been studying the possibility, and I think we should give it a go.
It's not as easy as that, though, is it? We'd have to reorganize the whole company.
Don't be silly. I don't intend starting next week. We'll have to plan it properly. And of course there'll be a few problems.
A few problems? I can see hundreds. For one thing, transport. I have enough trouble delivering bikes to shops only 40 miles away, never mind 5,000 miles.
That's what forwarding agents are for.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What does the woman think the man should know? Question 6. What does the woman think of Barrett's company? Question 7. What did the woman say about the letter from the tax revenue office? Question 8. What is the man thinking of doing? Section B, Directions. In this section you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the centre.
Passage 1. A report on sleep and nutrition released this month found that people who consistently went to bed earlier than 11 p.m. took in fewer calories and ate more healthy food. In contrast, night owls who go to bed between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. tend to consume more coffee, alcohol, refined sugars, and processed meats than early risers. This report corresponds with the existing scientific literature on bedtime and wellness. The relationship between getting more sleep and making better food choices is well documented. A study published last year in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition found that people who sleep more tend to eat less unhealthy food than their peers who don't get as much rest. And a 2015 study from the University of California, Berkeley, found that teens who go to bed late are more likely to gain weight over a 5-year period. As a group, night owl types tend to eat less healthy food and take in more calories overall than early risers. The later one goes to bed, the more calories one records the next day. It is yet a challenge to explain the cause and effect relationship between sleep and nutrition. There may be a third factor that impacts both of them. Or the relationship could be reversed. That is, people who eat less fall asleep earlier. Still, if late sleepers want to lose a few pounds, they can go to bed earlier than they usually do, thereby reducing their chances of taking snacks before bedtime.
Questions 9 to 11 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What do we learn about the report released this month? Question 10. What does the study from the University of California, Berkeley find about teens who go to bed late? Question 11. What should night owls do to reduce their consumption of unhealthy food? Passage 2. Researchers have found not just a diversity problem in Hollywood, but actually an inclusion crisis. With less than a week before an Oscars ceremony that has already been criticised for an all-white list of acting nominees, a study shows the film industry does worse than television. Just 3.4% of film directors were female, and only 7% of films had a cast whose balance of race and ethnicity reflected the country's diversity. When researchers looked at all TV shows, they also found that women of colour over 40 were regarded as largely invisible, and just 22% of TV series creators were female. Overall, the study found half the films and TV shows had no Asian-speaking characters, and more than 1/5 of them had no black characters with dialogue. The film industry still functions as a straight, white boys' club. When looking at how women are depicted, the study found female characters were 4 times more likely to be shown in sexy clothing and nearly 4 times as likely to be referred to as physically attractive. But their results also indicated films and TV shows with women or people of colour in the important jobs behind the scenes, director, producer or writer, tended to have better diversity numbers. Across TV and film, the underrepresentation of non-white characters falls mostly on Hispanics. Among more than 10,000 characters, proportions of white, black and Asian characters came close to US population figures. But Hispanics were just 5.8% of characters, despite being about 17% of the US population.
Questions 12 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 12. Why has the Oscars ceremony been criticized? Question 13. What do we learn from the research? Question 14. Who are regarded as largely invisible on TV shows? Question 15. What does the speaker say about Hispanics?
Section C, Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices, marked A, B, C and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the centre.
Recording 1. When purchasing life insurance, there are many important factors to consider. One should buy the policies that give the most protection at the least cost, ensure the right family members, and consider the family's financial needs. It is important to buy the insurance from companies that are financially sound and that are represented by honest, well-trained agents. At various stages in a person's life, different kinds of life insurance are needed for particular situations. Jerry is single and has no dependents. Probably the only life insurance he needs is enough to cover his debts and burial expenses. Insurance can be purchased at a lower rate during the young years, but by buying while young, the premiums are paid in for a longer period of time. In the end, the amount paid for premiums is about the same. A person shouldn't buy insurance protection that really isn't necessary. Suppose that Jerry marries Jeanette, who is a college graduate and is working. Perhaps enough insurance would be needed to cover their debts and burial expenses. Now, Jeanette has quit work, and their first child is on the way. They have purchased a home with a small down payment and a 30-year mortgage. The situation regarding life insurance takes on a different look. There are dependents who need financial protection. How much insurance is needed? As the family increases in size, it is essential to add more insurance on the breadwinner to protect the dependents. When the children are young and depend upon the family for financial needs, families with modest incomes have difficulty providing enough life insurance to protect the mother and the children. Families with modest incomes should insure the breadwinner or breadwinners first. When considering the amount of insurance for the mother with dependent children, substitute child care is a need that should be planned for until the children can care for themselves. The death of a small child would have no effect upon the income of the family. Perhaps a policy to meet funeral expenses would be sufficient for the young child, although most people do not take out insurance on their young children. As the children become financially independent of the family, the emphasis on family financial security will shift from protection to saving for the retirement years. Every family situation is different, but it is important that each family give adequate thought to planning its financial future.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What life insurance should a single person buy according to the speaker? Question 17. What should people do as their family increases in size? Question 18. When should one change their life insurance? Recording 2. Stereotype may sound like a bad word, but there's nothing bad about it. For one thing, stereotypes are often accurate. When you ask people about their concept of stereotypes, they get it pretty much right. Also, stereotypes are often positive, particularly of groups that we ourselves belong to. Some of the statistical generalizations may be positive, as some groups have reputations for being smart, for being loyal, for being brave, for all sorts of things that are not at all negative. And so there's nothing inherently wrong about stereotypes. But there are problems with stereotypes. For one thing, they are reliable insofar as they are based on unbiased samples. But a lot of the information we get about human groups is through biased sources, like how they are represented in the media. And if these sources don't give you an accurate depiction, your stereotype won't be accurate. For example, many Jews have been troubled by Shakespeare's depiction of Shylock. If the only Jew you know is Shakespeare's Shylock, it's going to be a very bad impression. So, one problem with stereotypes is while we're good at drawing conclusions from them, often our information isn't reliable. A second problem is that stereotypes, regardless of whether or not they're accurate, can have a negative effect on the people that they apply to. And this is what psychologist Claude Steele described as stereotype threat. He has a vivid example of this. Here's how to make African Americans do worse on a math test. You have the test, and you put on the test that they have to identify their race. The very act of acknowledging that they're African American when given a test ignites in them thoughts of their own stereotype, which is negative regarding academics, and that makes them do worse. Want to know how to make a woman do worse on a math test? Same thing. Get her to write down her sex. One recent study found a sort of clever twist on this. When Asian American women are given a test and they're asked to mark down their race, they do better than they would otherwise do. They are reminded of a positive stereotype that boosts their morale. You ask them, on the other hand, to mark down their sex, they do worse because they are reminded of a negative stereotype. That's an example of how stereotypes have a potentially damaging effect on people.
Questions 19 to 22 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What does the speaker say about stereotypes? Question 20. What leads to the bias of stereotypes? Question 21. What does the speaker say is a problem with stereotypes? Question 22. What did one recent study find about stereotypes? Recording 3. Sometimes, when you take a common drug, you may have a side effect. That is, the drug may cause some effect other than its intended one. When these side effects occur, they are called adverse reactions. Whenever you have an adverse reaction, you should stop taking the drug right away. Ask your pharmacist whether he can suggest a drug that will relieve the symptoms, but that will not cause the adverse reaction. If an adverse reaction to a drug is serious, consult your doctor for advice at once. Drugs that are safe in the dosage stated on the label may be very dangerous in large doses. For example, aspirin is seldom thought of as dangerous, but there are many reports of accidental poisoning of young children who take too many aspirin pills, as well as the possible development of Ray's syndrome in children with the flu. In adults, excessive use of some pain-killing drugs may cause severe kidney damage. Some drugs for relief of stomach upsets, when taken in excess, can perhaps cause serious digestive problems. You should never use any over-the-counter drug on a regular, continued basis, or in large quantities, except on your doctor's advice. You could be suffering from a serious illness that needs a doctor's care. Each drug you take not only acts on the body, but may also alter the effect of any other drug you are taking. Sometimes this can cause dangerous or even fatal reactions. For example, aspirin increases the blood-thinning effects of drugs given to patients with heart disease. Therefore, a patient who has been taking such a drug may risk bleeding if he or she uses aspirin for a headache. Before using several drugs together, you should ask your doctor and follow his advice. Your pharmacist can tell you whether certain drugs can safely be taken together. Alcohol may increase the effect of a drug. Sleeping pills combine with alcohol to produce a sleepy feeling. When taking any drug, you should ask your doctor whether drinking alcohol could be dangerous in combination with the medicine. Experts believe there is a relationship between adult abuse of legitimate medicines and the drug culture that has swept our country. You can do your share to reduce the chances that your children will become part of the drug culture by treating all medicines with respect. Always let your children know that medicines and drugs should not be used carelessly.
Questions 23 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 23. What does the speaker say you should do when you have an adverse reaction? Question 24. What does the speaker say about alcohol drinking? Question 25. What does the speaker call on parents to do at the end of the talk?
This is the end of listening comprehension.
College English Test, Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once, After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center. Conversation 1.
So, how long have you been a market research consultant?
Well, I started straight after finishing university.
Did you study market research?
Yeah, and it really helped me to get into the industry. But I have to say that it's more important to get experience in different types of market research to find out exactly what you're interested in.
So, what are you interested in?
Well, at the moment, I specialize in quantitative advertising research, which means that I do 2 types of projects. Trackers, which are ongoing projects that look at trends or customer satisfaction over a long period of time. The only problem with trackers is that it takes up a lot of your time, but you do build up a good relationship with the client. I also do a couple of ad hoc jobs, which are much shorter projects.
What exactly do you mean by ad hoc jobs?
It's basically when companies need quick answers to their questions about their consumers' habits. They just ask for one questionnaire to be sent out, for example. So the time you spend on an ad hoc project tends to be fairly short.
Which do you prefer, trackers or ad hoc?
I like doing both, and in fact, I need to do both at the same time to keep me from going crazy. I need the variety.
Can you just explain what process you go through with a new client?
Well, together we decide on the methodology and the objectives of the research. I then design a questionnaire. Once the interviewers have been briefed, I send the client a schedule and then they get back to me with deadlines. Once the final charts and tables are ready, I have to check them and organize a presentation.
One last question. What do you like and dislike about your job?
As I said, variety is important, and as for what I don't like, it has to be the checking of charts and tables.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What position does the woman hold in the company? Question 2. What does the woman specialize in at the moment? Question 3. What does the woman say about trackers? Question 4. What does the woman dislike about her job? Conversation 2.
Hello, I'm here with Frederick. Now, Fred, you went to university in Canada?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and you have very strong views about universities in Canada. Could you please explain?
Well, we don't have private universities in Canada. They're all public. All the universities are owned by the government. So there's the Ministry of Education in charge of creating the curriculum for the universities. And so there's not much room for flexibility. Since it's a government-operated institution, things don't move very fast. If you want something to be done, then their staff do not have so much incentive to help you because he's a worker for the government. So I don't think it's very efficient. However, there are certain advantages of public universities, such as the fees being free. You don't have to pay for your education. But the system is inefficient and it does not work that well.
Yeah, I can see your point. But in the United States, we have many private universities, and I think they're large bureaucracies also. Maybe people don't act that much differently because it's the same thing working for a private university. They get paid for their job. I don't know if they're that much more motivated to help people. Also, we have a problem in the United States that usually only wealthy kids go to the best schools, and it's kind of a problem actually.
I agree with you. I think it's a problem because you're not giving equal access to education to everybody. It's not easy, but having only public universities also might not be the best solution. Perhaps we can learn from Japan, where they have a system of private and public universities. Now in Japan, public universities are considered to be the best.
Right. It's the exact opposite in the United States.
So, as you see, it's very hard to say which one is better.
Right. A good point.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What does the woman want Frederick to talk about? Question 6. What does the man say about the curriculum in Canadian universities? Question 7. On what point do the speakers agree? Question 8. What point does the man make at the end of the conversation?
Section B. Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage, you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center. Passage 1. A recent International Labor Organization report says the deterioration of real wages around the world calls into question the true extent of an economic recovery, especially if government rescue packages are phased out too early. The report warns the picture on wages is likely to get worse this year, despite indications of an economic rebound. Patrick Belser, an International Labor Organization specialist, says declining wage rates are linked to the levels of unemployment.
The quite dramatic unemployment figures, which we now see in some of the countries, strongly suggest that there will be greater pressure on wages in the future as more people will be unemployed, more people will be looking for jobs, and the pressure on employers to raise wages to attract workers will decline. So, we expect that the second part of the year will not be very good in terms of wage growth.
The report finds more than a quarter of the countries experienced flat or falling monthly wages in real terms. They include the United States, Austria, Costa Rica, South Africa, and Germany. International Labor Organization economists say some nations have come up with policies to lessen the impact of lower wages during the economic crisis. An example of these is work sharing with government subsidies. Under this scheme, the number of individual working hours is reduced in an effort to avoid layoffs. For this scheme to work, the government must provide wage subsidies to compensate for lost pay due to the shorter hours.
Questions 9 to 11 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What is the International Labour Organization's report mainly about? question 10. According to an International Labour Organization specialist, how will employers feel if there are more people looking for jobs? Question 11. What does the speaker mean by the work-sharing scheme? Passage 2. Is there really a magic memory pill or a herbal recall remedy? I have been frequently asked if these memory supplements work. You know, one of the first things I like to tell people when they ask me about these supplements is that a lot of them are promoted as a cure for your memory. But your memory doesn't need a cure. What your memory needs is a good workout. So really, those supplements aren't going to give you that perfect memory in the way that they promise. The other thing is that a lot of these supplements aren't necessarily what they claim to be, and you really have to be wary when you take any of them. The science isn't there behind most of them. They're not really well regulated unless they adhere to some industry standard. You don't really know that what they say is in there is in there. What you must understand is that those supplements, especially in some Eastern cultures, are part of a medical practice tradition. People don't just go in a local grocery store and buy these supplements. In fact, they're prescribed, and they're given at a certain level, a dosage that is understood by a practitioner who's been trained. And that's not really the way they're used in this country. The other thing that people do forget is that these are medicines, so they do have an impact. A lot of times people are not really aware of the impact they have. Or the fact that taking them in combination with other medications might put you at increased risk for something that you wouldn't otherwise be encountering or be at risk for.
Questions 12 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 12. What question is frequently put to the speaker? Question 13. What does the speaker say about most memory supplements? Question 14. What do we learn about memory supplements in Eastern cultures? Question 15. What does the speaker say about memory supplements at the end?
Section C. Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices, marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Recording 1. The negative impacts of natural disasters can be seen everywhere. In just the past few weeks, the world has witnessed the destructive power of earthquakes in Indonesia, typhoons in the Philippines, and the destructive sea waves that struck Samoa and neighboring islands. A study by the Center for Research on the Epidemiology of Disasters finds that, between 1980 and 2007, nearly 8,400 natural disasters killed more than 2 million people. These catastrophic events caused more than $1.5 trillion in economic losses. UN weather expert Jeffrey Love says that is the bad news.
Over the last 50 years, economic losses have increased by a factor of 50. That sounds pretty terrible, but the loss of life has decreased by a factor of 10, simply because we are getting better at warning people. We are making a difference. Extreme events, however, will continue to occur, but the message is that they need not be disasters.
Love, who is Director of Weather and Disaster Risk Reduction at the World Meteorological Organization, says most of the deaths and economic losses were caused by weather, climate, or water-related extremes. These include droughts, floods, windstorms, strong tropical winds, and wildfires. He says extreme events will continue, but he says extreme events become disasters only when people fail to prepare for them.
Many of the remedies are well known. From a planning perspective, it's pretty simple. Build better buildings. Don't build where the hazards will destroy them. From an early warning perspective, make sure the warnings go right down to the community level. Build community action plans.
The World Meteorological Organization points to Cuba and Bangladesh as examples of countries that have successfully reduced the loss of life caused by natural disasters by taking preventive action. It says tropical storms formerly claimed dozens, if not hundreds of lives each year in Cuba. But the development of an early warning system has reversed that trend. In 2008, Cuba was hit by 5 successive hurricanes, but only 7 people were killed. Bangladesh also has achieved substantial results. Major storm surges in 1970 and 1991 caused the deaths of about 440,000 people. Through careful preparation, the death toll from a supertropical storm in November 2007 was less than 3,500.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What is the talk mainly about? Question 17. How can we stop extreme events from turning into disasters? Question 18. What does the example of Cuba serve to show?
Recording 2. As U.S. banks recovered with the help of the American government and the American taxpayer, President Obama held meetings with top bank executives, telling them it's time to return the favor. The way I see it, our banks now have a greater obligation to the goal of a wider recovery, he said. But the president may be giving the financial sector too much credit. It was in a free fall, and it was a very scary period, economist Martin Neal Bailey said. After the failure of Lehman Brothers, many of the world's largest banks feared the worst as the collapse of the housing bubble exposed investments in risky loans. Although he says the worst is over, Bailey says the banking crisis is not. More than 130 U.S. banks failed in 2009. He predicts high failure rates for smaller, regional banks in 2010 as commercial real estate loans come due.
So there may actually be a worsening of credit availability to small and medium-sized businesses in the next year or so.
Analysts say the biggest problem is high unemployment, which weakens demand and makes banks reluctant to lend. But U.S. Bancorp Chief Richard Davis sees the situation differently.
We're probably more optimistic than the experts might be. With that in mind, we're putting in everything we can. Lending is the coal to our engine, so we want to make more loans. We have to find a way to qualify more people, and not put ourselves at risk.
While some economists predict continued recovery in the future, Bailey says the only certainty is that banks are unlikely to make the same mistakes twice.
You know, forecasting's become a very hazardous business, so I don't want to commit myself too much. I don't think we know exactly what's going to happen, but it's certainly possible that we could get very slow growth over the next year or two.
If the economy starts to shrink again, Bailey says it would make a strong case for a second stimulus, something the Obama administration hopes will not be necessary.
Questions 19 to 22 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What does President Obama hope the banks will do? Question 20. What is Martin Neal Bailey's prediction about the financial situation in the future? Question 21. What does US Bank Corp Chief Richard Davis say about its future operation? Question 22. What does Martin Neal Bailey think of a second stimulus to the economy?
Recording 3. A new study has failed to find any conclusive evidence that lifestyle changes can prevent cognitive decline in older adults. Still, there are good reasons to make positive changes in how we live and what we eat as we age. Cognitive decline is the loss of ability to learn new skills or recall words, names, and faces that is most common as we age. To reduce or avoid it, researchers have examined the effect of smoking, diet, brain-challenging games, exercise, and other strategies. Researchers at Duke University scrutinized more than 160 published studies and found an absence of strong evidence that any of these approaches can make a big difference. Co-author James Burke helped design the study.
In the observational studies, we found that some of the B vitamins were beneficial. Exercise, diet, cognitive stimulation showed some positive effects, although the evidence was not so strong that we could actually consider these firmly established.
Some previous studies have suggested that challenging your brain with mentally stimulating activities might help. And Burke says that actually does seem to help based on randomized studies, the researcher's gold standard.
Cognitive stimulation is one of the areas where we did find some benefit. The exact type of stimulation that an individual uses is not as important as being intellectually engaged.
The expert review also found insufficient evidence to recommend any drugs or dietary supplements that could prevent or slow cognitive decline. However, given that there is at least some evidence for positive effects from some of these lifestyle changes, plus other benefits apparently unrelated to cognitive decline, Burke was willing to offer some recommendations.
I think that by having people adopt a healthy lifestyle, both from a medical standpoint as well as nutritional and cognitive stimulation standpoint, we can reduce the incidence of cognitive decline, which will be proof that these factors are, in fact, important.
James Burke of Duke University is one of the authors of a study reviewing previous research on cognitive decline. The paper is published online by the Annals of Internal Medicine.
Questions 23 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 23. According to the speaker, what might be a symptom of cognitive decline in older adults? Question 24. According to James Burke, what does seem to help reduce cognitive decline? Question 25. What did James Burke recommend to reduce the incidence of cognitive decline?
This is the end of listening comprehension. College English Test, Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Conversation 1.
So, Mike, you managed the innovation project at Kusin Tech.
I did indeed.
Well then, first, congratulations. It seems to have been very successful.
Thanks. Yes. I really helped things turn around at Kusin Tech.
Was the revival in their fortunes entirely due to strategic innovation?
Yes, I think it was. Kusin Tech was a company who were very much following the pack, doing what everyone else was doing, and getting rapidly left behind. I could see there was a lot of talent there, and some great potential, particularly in their product development. I just had to harness that somehow.
Was innovation at the core of the project?
Absolutely. If it doesn't sound like too much of a cliche, our world is constantly changing, and it's changing quickly. We need to be innovating constantly to keep up with this. Stand still and you're lost.
No stopping to sniff the roses?
Well, I'll do that in my personal life, sure. But as a business strategy, I'm afraid there's no stopping.
What exactly is strategic innovation then?
Strategic innovation is the process of managing innovation, of making sure it takes place at all levels of the company, and that it's related to the company's overall strategy.
I see.
So, instead of innovation for innovation's sake, and new products being created simply because the technology is there, the company culture must switch from these point-in-time innovations to a continuous pipeline of innovations from everywhere and everyone.
How did you align strategies throughout the company?
I soon became aware that campaigning is useless. People take no notice. Simply, it came about through good practice trickling down. This built consent. People could see it was the best way to work.
Does innovation on this scale really give a competitive advantage?
I'm certain of it, absolutely. Especially if it's difficult for a competitor to copy. The risk is, of course, that innovation may frequently lead to imitation.
But not if it's strategic?
Precisely.
Thanks for talking to us.
Sure.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What seems to have been very successful according to the woman speaker? Question 2. What did the company lack before the man's scheme was implemented? Question 3. What does the man say he should do in his business? Question 4. What does the man say is the risk of innovation? Conversation 2.
Today, my guest is Dana Ivanovich, who has worked for the last 20 years as an interpreter. Dana, welcome.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to begin by saying that I have on occasions used an interpreter myself as a foreign correspondent, so I'm full of admiration for what you do. But I think your profession is sometimes underrated, and many people think anyone who speaks more than one language can do it.
There aren't any interpreters I know who don't have professional qualifications and training. You only really get proficient after many years in the job.
And am I right in saying you can divide what you do into two distinct methods, simultaneous and consecutive interpreting?
That's right. The techniques you use are different, and a lot of interpreters will say one is easier than the other, less stressful.
Simultaneous interpreting, putting someone's words into another language more or less as they speak, sounds to me like the more difficult.
Well, actually no. Most people in the business would agree that consecutive interpreting is the more stressful. You have to wait for the speaker to deliver quite a chunk of language before you then put it into the second language, which puts your short-term memory under intense stress.
You make notes, I presume?
Absolutely. Anything like numbers, names, places have to be noted down, but the rest is never translated word for word. You have to find a way of summarizing it so that the message is there. Turning every single word into the target language would put too much strain on the interpreter and slow down the whole process too much.
But with simultaneous interpreting, you start translating almost as soon as the other person starts speaking. You must have some preparation beforehand.
Well, hopefully the speakers will let you have an outline of the topic a day or two in advance. You have a little time to do research, prepare technical expressions, and so on.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What are the speakers mainly talking about? Question 6. What does the man think of Dana's profession? Question 7. What does Dana say about the interpreters she knows? Question 8. What do most interpreters think of consecutive interpreting?
Section B. Directions. In this section, you will hear two passages. At the end of each passage, you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Passage 1. Mothers have been warned for years that sleeping with their newborn infant is a bad idea, because it increases the risk that the baby might die unexpectedly during the night. But now, Israeli researchers are reporting that even sleeping in the same room can have negative consequences, not for the child, but for the mother. Mothers who slept in the same room as their infants, whether in the same bed or just the same room, had poorer sleep than mothers whose babies slept elsewhere in the house. They woke up more frequently, were awake approximately 20 minutes longer per night, and had shorter periods of uninterrupted sleep. These results held true, even taking into account that many of the women in the study were breastfeeding their babies. Infants, on the other hand, didn't appear to have worse sleep whether they slept in the same or different room from their mothers. The researchers acknowledged that since the families they studied were all middle-class Israelis, it's possible the results would be different in different cultures. Lead author Liat Titsotsky wrote in an email that the research team also didn't measure fathers' sleep, so it's possible that their sleep patterns could also be causing the sleep disruptions for mums. Right now, to reduce the risk of sudden infant death syndrome, the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that mothers not sleep in the same bed as their babies, but sleep in the same room. The Israeli study suggests that doing so may be best for the baby, but may take a toll on mum.
Questions 9 to 11 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What is the long-held view about mothers sleeping with newborn babies? Question 10. What do Israeli researchers' findings show? Question 11. What does the American Academy of Pediatrics recommend mothers do? Passage 2. The U.S. has already lost more than a third of the native languages that existed before European colonization, and the remaining 192 are classed by UNESCO as ranging between unsafe and extinct. We need more funding and more effort to return these languages to everyday use, says Fred Nowuski of the National Museum of the American Indian. We are making progress, but money needs to be spent on revitalizing languages, not just documenting them. Some 40 languages, mainly in California and Oklahoma, where thousands of Indians were forced to relocate in the 19th century, have fewer than 10 native speakers. Part of the issue is that tribal groups themselves don't always believe their languages are endangered until they're down to the last handful of speakers. But progress is being made through immersion schools, because if you teach children when they're young, it will stay with them as adults, and that's the future, says Mr. Nowuski, a Comanche Indian. Such schools have become a model in Hawaii, but the islanders' local language is still classed by UNESCO as critically endangered because only 1,000 people speak it. The decline in American Indian languages has historical roots. In the mid-19th century, the U.S. government adopted a policy of Americanizing Indian children by removing them from their homes and culture. Within a few generations, most had forgotten their native tongues. Another challenge to language survival is television. It has brought English into homes and pushed out traditional storytelling and family time together, accelerating the extinction of native languages.
Questions 12 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 12. What do we learn from the report? Question 13. For what purpose does Fred Nowuski appeal for more funding? Question 14. What is the historical cause of the decline in American Indian languages? Question 15. What does the speaker say about television? Section C. Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices, marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Recording 1. Greg Rosen lost his job as a sales manager nearly 3 years ago and is still unemployed.
It literally is like something in a dream to remember what it's like to actually be able to go out and put in a day's work and receive a day's pay.
At first, Rosen bought groceries and made house payments with the help from unemployment insurance. It pays laid-off workers up to half of their previous wages while they look for work. But now, that insurance has run out for him, and he has to make tough choices. He's cut back on medications, and he no longer helps support his disabled mother. It is a devastating experience. New research says the U.S. recession is now over, but many people remain unemployed, and unemployed workers face difficult odds. There is literally only 1 job opening for every 5 unemployed workers, so 4 out of 5 unemployed workers have actually no chance of finding a new job. Businesses have downsized or shut down across America, leaving fewer job opportunities for those in search of work. Experts who monitor unemployment statistics here in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, say about 28,000 people are unemployed, and many of them are jobless due to no fault of their own. That's where the Bucks County Career Link comes in. Local Director Elizabeth Walsh says they provide training and guidance to help unemployed workers find local job opportunities. So here's the job opening, here's the job seeker, match them together under one roof, she says. But the lack of work opportunities in Bucks County limits how much she can help. Rosen says he hopes Congress will take action. This month, he launched the 99ers Union, an umbrella organization of 18 internet-based grassroots groups of 99ers. Their goal is to convince lawmakers to extend unemployment benefits. But Pennsylvania State Representative Scott Petrie says governments simply do not have enough money to extend unemployment insurance. He thinks the best way to help the long-term unemployed is to allow private citizens to invest in local companies that can create more jobs. But the boost in investor confidence needed for the plan to work will take time. Time that Rosen says still requires him to buy food and make monthly mortgage payments. Rosen says he'll use the last of his savings to try to hang on to the home he worked for more than 20 years to buy. But once that money is gone, he says he doesn't know what he'll do.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. How does unemployment insurance help the unemployed? Question 17. What is Local Director Elizabeth Walsh of the Bucks County Career Link doing? Question 18. What does Pennsylvania State Representative Scott Petrie say is the best way to help the long-term unemployed?
Recording 2. Earlier this year, British explorer Penn Hadow and his team trekked for 3 months across the frozen Arctic Ocean, taking measurements and recording observations about the ice.
Well, we've been led to believe that we would encounter a good proportion of this older, thicker, technically multi-year ice that's been around for a few years and just gets thicker and thicker. We actually found there wasn't any multi-year ice at all.
Satellite observations and submarine surveys over the past few years had shown less ice in the polar region, but the recent measurements show the loss is more pronounced than previously thought.
We're looking at roughly 80% loss of ice cover on the Arctic Ocean in 10 years, roughly 10 years, and 100% loss in nearly 20 years.
Cambridge scientist Peter Wadhams, who's been measuring and monitoring the Arctic since 1971, says the decline is irreversible.
The more you lose, the more open water is created. The more warming goes on in that open water during the summer. The less ice forms in the winter. The more melt there is the following summer. It becomes a breakdown process where everything ends up accelerating until it's all gone.
Martin Summercorn runs the Arctic program for the environmental charity, the World Wildlife Fund.
The Arctic sea ice holds a central position in the Earth's climate system, and it's deteriorating faster than expected. Actually, it has to translate into more urgency to deal with the climate change problem and reduce emissions.
Summercorn says a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions blamed for global warming needs to come out of the Copenhagen Climate Change Summit in December.
We have to basically achieve there the commitment to deal with the problem now. That's the minimum. We have to do that equitably, and we have to find a commitment that is quick.
Wadhams echoes the need for urgency.
The carbon that we've put into the atmosphere keeps having a warming effect for 100 years. So we have to cut back rapidly now, because it will take a long time to work its way through into a response by the atmosphere. We can't switch off global warming just by being good in the future. We have to start being good now.
Wadhams says there is no easy technological fix to climate change. He and other scientists say there are basically two options to replacing fossil fuels: generating energy with renewables or embracing nuclear power.
Questions 19 to 22 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What did Penn Haddow and his team do in the Arctic Ocean? Question 20. What does the report say about the Arctic region? Question 21. What does Cambridge scientist Peter Wadhams say in his study? Question 22. How does Peter Wadhams view climate change? Recording 3. From a very early age, some children exhibit better self-control than others. Now, a new study that began with about 1,000 children in New Zealand has tracked how a child's low self-control can predict poor health, money troubles, and even a criminal record in their adult years. Researchers have been studying this group of children for decades now. Some of their earliest observations have to do with the level of self-control the youngsters displayed. Parents, teachers, even the kids themselves scored the youngsters on measures like acting before thinking and persistence in reaching goals. The children of the study are now adults in their 30s. Terry Moffat of Duke University and her research colleagues found that kids with self-control issues tended to grow up to become adults with a far more troubling set of issues to deal with.
The children who had the lowest self-control when they were aged 3 to 10 later on had the most health problems in their 30s, and they had the worst financial situation. And they were more likely to have a criminal record and to be raising a child as a single parent on a very low income.
Speaking from New Zealand via Skype, Moffat explained that self-control problems were widely observed and weren't just a feature of a small group of misbehaving kids.
Even the children who had above-average self-control as preschoolers could have benefited from more self-control training. They could have improved their financial situation and their physical and mental health situation 30 years later.
So, children with minor self-control problems were likely as adults to have minor health problems, and so on. Moffat said it's still unclear why some children have better self-control than others, though she says other researchers have found that it's mostly a learned behaviour, with relatively little genetic influence. But good self-control can be said to run in families in that children who have good self-control are more likely to grow up to be healthy and prosperous parents.
Whereas some of the low self-control study members are more likely to be single parents with a very low income and the parent is in poor health and likely to be a heavy substance abuser. So that's not a good atmosphere for a child. So it looks as though self-control is something that in one generation can disadvantage the next generation.
But the good news is that Moffat says self-control can be taught by parents and through school curricula that have proved to be effective. Terry Moffat's paper on the link between childhood self-control and adult status decades later is published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences.
Questions 23 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 23. What is the new study about? Question 24. What does the study seem to show? Question 25. What does Moffat say is the good news from their study?
This is the end of listening comprehension.
College English Test, Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversation and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then, mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Conversation 1. So, what's the next thing on the agenda, Mary?
Well, it's the South Theatre Company. They want to know if we'd be interested in sponsoring a tour they want to make to East Asia.
East Asia, And how much are they hoping to get from us?
Well, the letter mentions £20,000, but I don't know if they might settle for less.
Do they say what they would cover? Have they anything specific in mind?
No, I think they're just asking all the firms in town for as much money as they think they'll give.
And we're worth £20,000, eh?
It seems so.
Very flattering. But I'm not awfully happy with the idea. What do we get out of it?
Oh, good publicity, I suppose. So what I suggest is not that we just give them a sum of money, but that we offer to pay for something specific, like travel or something, and that in return we ask for our name to be printed prominently in the program and that they give us free advertising space in it.
But the travel bill would be enormous, and we could never manage that.
I know, but why don't we offer to pay for the printing of the programs ourselves, on condition that on the front cover there's something like, "This program is presented with the compliments of Norland Electronics." And free advertising, of course.
Good idea. Well, let's get back to them and ask what the program they want will cost. Then we can see if we're interested or not.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard.
Question 1.
What do we learn about the South Theatre Company?
Question 2. How much does the South Theater Company ask for in the letter? Question 3.
What benefit does the woman say their firm can get by sponsoring the theater company?
Question 4.
What does the woman suggest they do instead of paying the South Theater Company's travel expenses? Conversation 2. Rock stars now face a new hazard, voice abuse. After last week's announcement that Phil Collins might give up touring because live concerts are ruining his voice, doctors are counseling stars about the do's and don'ts of voice care. Here in the studio today, we have Mr. Paul Phillips, an expert from the Highfield Hospital. Paul, what advice would you give to singers facing voice problems?
If pop singers have got voice problems, they really need to be more selective about where they work. They shouldn't work in smoky atmospheres. They also need to think about resting their voices after a show. Something else they need to be careful about is medicines. Aspirin, for example. Singers should avoid aspirin. It thins the blood, and if a singer coughs, this can result in the bruising of the vocal cords.
And is it true that some singers use drugs before concerts to boost their voices when they have voice problems?
Yes, this does happen on occasion. They are easily available on the continent, and they are useful if a singer has problems with his vocal cords and has to sing that night. But if they are taken regularly, they cause a thinning of the voice muscle. Most pop singers suffer from 3 things: lack of training, overuse, and abuse of the voice, especially when they are young. They have difficult lives. When they go on tour, they do a vast number of concerts, sing in smoky places.
So, what would you advise these singers to do?
Warm your voice up before a show and warm it down after.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5.
What does last week's announcement say about rock star Phil Collins?
Question 6.
What does Paul Phillips say about aspirin?
Question 7.
What does Paul Phillips say about young pop singers?
Question 8.
What are the speakers mainly talking about?
Section B. Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage, you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Passage 1. Would you trust a robot to park your car? The question will confront New Yorkers in February as the city's first robotic parking opens in Chinatown. The technology has been successfully applied overseas, but the only other public robotic garage in the United States has been troublesome, dropping vehicles and trapping cars because of technical problems. Nonetheless, the developers of the Chinatown garage are confident with the technology and are counting on it to squeeze 67 cars in an apartment building basement that would otherwise fit only 24, accomplished by removing a maneuver space normally required. A human-shaped robot won't be stepping into your car to drive it. Rather, the garage itself does the parking. The driver stops the car on a flat platform and gets out. The platform is lowered into the garage, and it is then transported to a vacant parking space by a computer-controlled device similar to an elevator that also runs sideways. There is no human supervision, but an attendant will be on hand to accept cash and explain the system to new users. Parking rates will be attractive, about $400 monthly or $25 per day, according to Ari Milstein, the Director of Planning for Automation Parking Systems, which is the US subsidiary of a German company. This company has built automated garages in several countries overseas and in the United States for residents of a Washington, D.C. apartment building.
Questions 9 to 12 are based on the passage you have just heard.
Question 9.
What do we learn about robotic parking in the U.S. so far?
Question 10.
What advantage does robotic parking have according to its developers?
Question 11.
What does the attendant do in the automated garage?
Question 12.
What does the company say about the parking rates? Passage 2.
Alcoholism is a serious disease. Nearly 9 million Americans alone suffer from the illness. Many scientists disagree about what the differences are between an alcohol addict and a social drinker. The difference occurs when someone needs to drink, and this need gets in the way of his health or behavior. Alcohol causes a loss of judgment and alertness. After a long period, alcoholism can deteriorate the liver, the brain, and other parts of the body. The illness is dangerous because it is involved in half of all automobile accidents. Another problem is that the victim often denies being an alcohol addict and won't get help. Solutions do exist. Many hospitals and centers help patients cope. Without assistance, the victim can destroy his life. He will detach himself from the routines of life. He may lose his employment, home, or loved ones. All the causes of the sickness are not discovered yet. There is no standard for a person with alcoholism. Victims range in age, race, sex, and background. Some groups of people are more vulnerable to the illness. People from broken homes and North American Indians are two examples. People from broken homes often lack stable lives. Indians, likewise, had their traditional life taken from them by white settlers, who often encouraged them to consume alcohol to prevent them from fighting back. The problem has now been passed on. Alcoholism is clearly present in society today. People have started to get help and information. With proper assistance, victims can put their lives together one day.
Questions 13 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard.
Question 13.
What is a problem with the victims of alcoholism according to the speaker?
Question 14.
Why did white settlers introduce alcohol to Indians?
Question 15.
What does the speaker seem to believe about those affected by alcoholism?
Section C. Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices, marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Recording 1.
Hi, everybody. On Tuesday, America went to the polls, and the message you sent was clear. You voted for action, not politics as usual. You elected us to focus on your jobs, not ours. That's why I've invited leaders of both parties to the White House next week, so we can start to build consensus around challenges we can only solve together. I also intend to bring in business, labor, and civic leaders from around the country, from outside Washington, to get their ideas and input as well. At a time when our economy is still recovering from the Great Recession, our top priority has to be jobs and growth. That's the focus of the plan I talked about throughout the campaign. It's a plan to reward businesses that create jobs here in America and give people access to the education and training that those businesses are looking for. It's a plan to rebuild our infrastructure and keep us on the cutting edge of innovation and clean energy. And it's a plan to reduce our deficit in a balanced and responsible way. This is even more important because at the end of this year, we face a series of deadlines that require us to make major decisions about how to pay down our deficit. Decisions that will have a huge impact on the economy and the middle class, not only now, but in the future. Last year, I worked with Democrats and Republicans to cut $1 trillion worth of spending, and I intend to work with both parties to do more. But as I said over and over again on the campaign trail, we can't just cut our way to prosperity. If we're serious about reducing the deficit, we have to combine spending cuts with revenue, and that means asking the wealthiest Americans to pay a little more in taxes. That's how we did it when Bill Clinton was president, and that's the only way we can afford to invest in education and job training and manufacturing, all the ingredients of a strong middle class and a strong economy. Already, I've put forward a detailed plan that allows us to make these investments while reducing our deficit by $4 trillion over the next decade.
Questions 16 to 19 are based on the recording you have just heard.
Question 16. Why are leaders of both parties invited to the White House next week? Question 17. What is the focus of the mentioned plan? Question 18. What are the major decisions about? Question 19. What does combining spending cuts with revenue mean?
Recording 2.
Most people agree that eating healthy food is important. But sometimes making good food choices can be tough. Now, there are apps that can help people learn about the food they eat to improve their diets and their dining out experience. Open Table. Open Table helps people choose restaurants when they want to go out to eat. Open Table is a free service that shows users restaurant availability based on where and when they want to dine. Open Table users can also make restaurant reservations directly through the app or website. Open Table gives users points when they make reservations. The points can add up to discounts on restaurant visits. When users make reservations through Open Table, they get an email confirmation. They can also add the reservation directly to their electronic calendar. Max McMackelman's Cheese and Wine. But which wines go best with which cheeses? Max McMackelman's Cheese and Wine app can help. It provides information about hundreds of different cheeses and suggests wines to pair with each. More than 3,000 possible combinations can be found based on 600 different cheeses. The app includes a Cheese 101 section that teaches the basics about choosing a cheese. Max McMackelman's Cheese and Wine Pairing app is free for iPhone and iPad. Epicurious. Epicurious is a free app and website to help users find recipes and become better cooks. The app has more than 30,000 recipes and can create a shopping list based on the ingredients in a recipe. Users can search by ingredients or by vegetables that are in season where they live. The app also rates recipes for popularity and other qualities. Users also provide advice about making the recipes. Each recipe has a list of ingredients, preparation time, instructions, as well as a photo of the finished meal. Calorific. What does 200 calories look like? It can be hard to picture. For example, 200 calories of broccoli and 200 calories of cake look very different. The app Calorific shows just that. Calorific provides images of 200 calories worth of food. The pictures can help people on diets and those who just want to eat healthier. The app also provides the weights of each food pictured. The app is free for iPad and iPhone. There is also a version that provides more information for a price. Harvest. An app called Harvest informs users about seasonal fruits and vegetables in different areas. This can be helpful in planning meals. Harvest also tells about pesticide use and organic food. Users can learn the best ways to safely store food and keep it fresh longer.
Questions 20 to 22 are based on the recording you have just heard.
Question 20. What are the points Open Table offers users for? Question 21. What do we learn about Epicurious? Question 22. How does Calorific help people get healthier?
Recording 3.
We've had 50 years of progress since that landmark Surgeon General's report back in 1964. Over these years, incredible things have taken place. Our society has changed in terms of tobacco use, in terms of its acceptance of smoking in public establishments, in restaurants, in bars. so things have really changed for the better. In addition, smoking rates have come down in the United States. We went from 43% of adult smokers in the United States to 18% currently, so that's really made incredible headway. Yet, I have to emphasize, the battle isn't over. The war isn't over. 18% of American adults who are still smoking, basically 40 million people in our population. That being said, we have to realize also that of that whole group, we're going to have roughly 500,000 people every year dying from smoking-related diseases. So, although we've made progress in a half century, the reality is we still have a lot of work to do. So, we increasingly see tough advertisements on the air against smoking. These ads are working. In particular, the CDC, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, came up with a series of advertisements from former smokers called tips. And that really was quite effective in terms of reducing the number of smokers. In addition, there's various policies that need to be implemented and further implemented in order to make us a tobacco-free society. So we really have to work at the idea of using media, using those advertisements. We have to look at really concentrating on the youth of America to make it more difficult to actually get cigarettes. And, in addition, we have to look at the idea of pricing cigarettes appropriately, so that ultimately it becomes a hardship to use those products. So, let's talk a little bit about packaging those products. Other countries have much more graphic detail of the potential dangers of smoking. We are currently working closely, the Office of the Surgeon General is working closely with the Food and Drug Administration, specifically the Center for Tobacco Products, and are reanalyzing the whole row of the idea of the warning labels and the idea of how graphic they should be. And so, there will probably be more information coming out on this in the near future.
Questions 23 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard.
Question 23. What is the number of smokers in America? Question 24. What measures can be taken to make it harder to get cigarettes? Question 25. What institution does the speaker most likely come from?
This is the end of listening comprehension.
College English Test Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversations and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Conversation 1. Professor Henderson, could you give us a brief overview of what you do, where you work, and your main area of research?
Well, the Center for Climate Research, where I work, links the science of climate change to issues around economics and policy. Some of our research is to do with the likely impacts of climate change and all of the associated risks.
And how strong is the evidence that climate change is happening, that it's really something we need to be worried about?
Well, most of the science of climate change particularly that to do with global warming, is simply fact. But other aspects of the science are less certain, or at least more disputed. And so we're really talking about risk. What the economics tells us is that it's probably cheaper to avoid climate change, to avoid the risk, than it is to deal with the likely consequences.
So what are we doing? What can we do about it?
Well, I would argue that we need to develop the science specifically to understand the likely impacts of climate change in different contexts. As I said, we need to understand the best ways of avoiding climate change. And this will involve a huge transition to low-carbon energy systems, and the transition is a tremendous priority. And for this to happen, we may need action on a global scale. From a political perspective, we need to understand the terms on which major countries like China and the USA might sign up to a global agreement, because at the moment we don't have that consensus.
Right.
And we also need to plan ahead so that we're in a position to deal with the likely levels of climate change which are already inevitable, and even more so, too, for the levels that are likely if we don't get those global agreements.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What does Professor Henderson say about his main area of research? Question 2. What does Professor Henderson say about climate change? Question 3. What does Professor Henderson say is a top priority in combating climate change? Question 4. What does Professor Henderson advise us to do to better deal with climate change?
Conversation 2.
I have many business English students. When I teach in the classroom, we often end up talking about things like success and what leads to success. And it's interesting that many of them mention the element of luck.
Right.
Luck is important to success, but since you've seen that fantastic video on the TED Talks website by Richard St. John, he doesn't mention luck at all.
Well, I'm a firm believer that people can make their own luck. I mean, what people regard as luck, you can actually create to a degree.
Sure. I think a lot of what people consider luck is attributed to how you respond to the opportunities that come your way.
Yes, very good point.
Seizing the opportunities. But was there any point in the video that you thought was particularly interesting?
Yes, actually there was. Something very impressive to me is many people think that luck is important, and that natural talent is something you must have in order to be successful. And in the video we saw, the point about getting good at something, it's not about having some natural talent. It's all about practice, practice, practice.
Definitely, yeah. Natural talent helps in some way. But at the end of the day, you really do need to work hard and get really, really good at what you do.
Sure.
I thought one interesting thing in the video was the idea of passion being so important, and that people who really love what they do, of course you're going to want to work harder and put the time and effort into it. And the funny thing is that if you love what you do and are really passionate about it and work really hard, the money kind of comes automatically.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What are the speakers mainly talking about? Question 6. What is the woman's view of luck? Question 7. What is the chief point the TED Talks video makes? Question 8. What does the woman think is the funny thing in the TED Talks video?
Section B, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage, you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center. Passage 1. Devil's Tower, the first national monument in America, could almost be mistaken for the stump of an enormous tree. Its sheer rock sides sweep up from a broad base until they cut off abruptly at the flat summit. Rising more than 1,000 feet in the middle of the gently rolling plains of Wyoming, the massive column of rock looks as though it was dropped down into this location from a different time and place. In a sense it was. Devil's Tower is a relic of the past. When the melted rock of the Earth's core forced its way to the surface to form the throat of a volcano. As the centuries passed, the rock cooled and hardened, shrinking and cracking into long columns. Born in fire and fury, Devil's Tower was then shaped by the slow, gentle work of wind and water. The outer layers of the volcano were worn away until the hard core stood completely exposed. Small wonder that an Indian legend described Devil's Tower as being formed by supernatural powers. The legend says that when 7 girls were attacked by bears, they took refuge on top of a small rock and appealed to the rock god for help. The god caused the rock to grow and to lift the girls far above the ground, while its sides were scored by the claws of the angry bears. Even today, says the legend, the girls can be seen above the towering rock as 7 shining stars in the night sky.
Questions 9 to 12 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What does Devil's Tower look like? Question 10. What caused the volcano's outer layer to wear away? Question 11. What does an Indian legend say about Devil's Tower? Question 12. How did the rock god help the 7 girls in the Indian legend? Passage 2. It's no accident that most gas stations have convenience stores attached. Few of us can fill up the tank without buying a few snacks, cigarettes, soft drinks, or other items we can live without. I deserve it. That's what hard-working men and women say to justify their lavish vacations, big stereo systems, or regular restaurant meals. They do deserve such indulgences. However, they also deserve a home of their own, a secure retirement, and freedom from worrying about unpaid bills. No one should have to live with what a Texas mother described as constant stress, tension, even fear about money. Sadly, the pleasure that comes from extravagances often disappears long before the bills do. The video camera that one single mother bought for a special occasion, for example, is not much fun now. She's figured out that it will take her another 3 years to pay it off at $30 a month. And the New Yorkers who spent a bundle on an outdoor hot tub now admit they rarely use it, because we can't afford to heat it in winter. The solution? Set priorities. Add up the annual cost of each item, then consider what else you could buy with the same money. That will help you decide which items are really worth it. One Chicago woman, for example, discovered that daily lunches with co-workers cost her $2,000 a year. She decided to take lunch to work instead. I now put $20 a week into my vacation fund and another $20 into retirement savings, she says. Those mean more to me than lunch.
Questions 13 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 13. What does the speaker say about drivers who stop at gas stations? Question 14. What does the speaker say about extravagances? Question 15. What does the speaker want to show by the example of the Chicago woman? Section C. Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Recording 1. Let's say you start to brainstorm a list of all the emotions you've ever experienced. Just for fun, try it now. What's on your list? Chances are you included things like happy, sad, excited, angry, afraid, grateful, proud, scared, confused, stressed, relaxed, and amazed. Now sort your list into 2 categories, positive emotions and negative emotions. Feeling both positive and negative emotions is a natural part of being human. We might use the word negative to describe more difficult emotions, but it doesn't mean those emotions are bad or we shouldn't have them. Still, most people would probably rather feel a positive emotion than a negative one. It's likely you'd prefer to feel happy instead of sad, or confident instead of insecure. What matters is how our emotions are balanced, how much of each type of emotion, positive or negative, we experience. Negative emotions warn us of threats or challenges that we may need to deal with. For example, fear can alert us to possible danger. It's a signal that we might need to protect ourselves. Angry feelings warn us that someone is stepping on our toes, crossing a boundary, or violating our trust. Anger can be a signal that we might need to act on our own behalf. Negative emotions focus our awareness. They help us to zero in on a problem so we can deal with it. But too many negative emotions can make us feel overwhelmed, anxious, exhausted or stressed out. When negative emotions are out of balance, problems might seem too big to handle. The more we dwell on negative emotions, the more negative we begin to feel. Focusing on negativity just keeps it going. Positive emotions balance out negative ones, but they have other powerful benefits too. Instead of narrowing our focus, like negative emotions do, positive emotions affect our brains in ways that increase our awareness, attention, and memory. They help us take in more information, hold several ideas in mind at once, and understand how different ideas relate to each other. When positive emotions open us up to new possibilities, we are more able to learn and build on our skills. That leads to doing better on tasks and tests. People who have plenty of positive emotions in their everyday lives tend to be happier, healthier, learn better, and get along well with others.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What does the speaker say about negative emotions? Question 17. What happens to people whose negative emotions are out of balance? Question 18. How do positive emotions affect us? Recording 2. In the past few months, I've been traveling for weeks at a time with only one suitcase of clothes. One day, I was invited to an important event, and I wanted to wear something special for it. I looked through my suitcase but couldn't find anything to wear. I was lucky to be at the technology conference then, and I had access to 3D printers. So I quickly designed a skirt on my computer, and I loaded the file on the printer. It just printed the pieces overnight. The next morning, I just took all the pieces, assembled them together in my hotel room, and this is actually the skirt that I'm wearing right now. So it wasn't the first time that I printed clothes. For my senior collection at Fashion Design School, I decided to try and 3D print an entire fashion collection from my home. The problem was that I barely knew anything about 3D printing, and I had only 9 months to figure out how to print 5 fashionable looks. I always felt most creative when I worked from home. I loved experimenting with new materials, and I always tried to develop new techniques to make the most unique textiles for my fashion projects. One summer break, I came here to New York for an internship at a fashion house in Chinatown. We worked on 2 incredible dresses that were 3D printed. They were amazing, like you can see here, but I had a few problems with them. They were made from hard plastics, and that's why they were very breakable. The models couldn't sit in them, and they even got scratched from the plastics under their arms. So now, the main challenge was to find the right material for printing clothes with. I mean the material you feed the printer with. The breakthrough came when I was introduced to Filaflex, which is a new kind of printing material. It's strong yet very flexible, and with it I was able to print the first garment, a red jacket that had the word freedom embedded into it. And actually, you can easily download this jacket and change the word to something else. For example, your name or your sweetheart's name. So I think in the future, materials will evolve, and they will look and feel like fabrics we know today, like cotton or silk.
Questions 19 to 22 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What does the speaker say about the skirt she is wearing now? Question 20. When did the speaker start experimenting with 3D printing? Question 21. What was the problem with the material the speaker worked on at a New York fashion house? Question 22. What does the speaker say about Filaflex? Recording 3. Welcome to the third lecture in our series on the future of small businesses in Europe. The purpose of today's lecture, as you have seen from the title and the abstract, is to examine in more detail the problems facing small and medium-sized enterprises, which arise at least in part from having to adapt to rapid advances in technology. And I want to look at these both from a financial and from a personnel point of view, and to offer a few, hopefully effective, solutions. Here we have 3 of the most important problems facing small businesses that I want to look at today. First, keeping up with the pace of technological change, recruiting high-quality staff in a time of skills shortages in IT as a whole, and in a highly competitive market, and the issue of retaining staff once they've been recruited and trained. Now, all of these problems involve significant costs for all businesses, but they're a particularly challenging issue for small and medium-sized enterprises. And those costs will vary depending on the size and scale of the businesses. So let's come to the first issue on our list, which is keeping pace with developments in technology. Now, we all know that the technology industry is intensely competitive, with new products being launched all year round as the various companies strive to compete with each other, rather than, say, once a year or every couple of years. And this is a real headache for smaller businesses. So, let's imagine we have a small company, which is doing okay. It's just about making a profit, and it spends most of its income on overheads. So for a company in this situation, keeping up to date with the latest technology, even if it's only for the benefit of key staff, this can be hugely expensive. So in my view, some creative thinking needs to come in here to find ways to help companies in this situation to stay ahead in the game, but at the same time to remain technologically competitive. Well, there's the possibility that small groups of companies with similar requirements, but not directly competing with each other, they could share the cost of upgrading in much the same way as, let's say, an intranet operates within larger organizations. In fact, cost sharing could be a very practical solution, especially in times of financial difficulty. If there's downward pressure on costs because of a need for investment in other areas, I would argue that this is a perfectly feasible solution.
Questions 23 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 23. What does the speaker say about the problems facing small and medium-sized enterprises? Question 24. What does the speaker say about the technology industry? Question 25. What is a practical solution to the problems of small and medium-sized businesses?
This is the end of listening comprehension. College English Test Band 6, Part 2, Listening Comprehension. Section A, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 long conversations. At the end of each conversation, you will hear 4 questions. Both the conversations and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Conversation 1.
Guess what? The worst food I ever had was in France.
Really? That's odd. I thought the French were all good cooks.
Yes, that's right. I suppose it's really like anywhere else, though. You know, some places are good, some bad. But it's really all our own fault.
What do you mean?
Well, it was the first time I'd been to France. This was years ago when I was at school. I went there with my parents' friends from my father's school. They'd hired a coach to take them to Switzerland.
A school trip?
Right. Most of them had never been abroad before. We'd crossed the English Channel at night, and we set off through France. And breakfast time arrived, and the coach driver had arranged for us to stop at this little cafe. There we all were, tired and hungry, and then we made the great discovery.
What was that?
Bacon and eggs.
Fantastic! The real English breakfast.
Yes. Anyway, we didn't know any better. So we had it, and ugh!
What was it like? Disgusting?
Oh, it was incredible. They just got a bowl and put some fat in it. And then they put some bacon in the fat, broke an egg over the top, and put the whole lot in the oven for about 10 minutes.
In the oven? You're joking. You can't cook bacon and eggs in the oven.
Well, they must have done it that way. It was hot, but it wasn't cooked. There was just this egg floating about in gallons of fat and raw bacon.
Did you actually eat it?
No, nobody did. They all wanted to turn round and go home. You know, back to tea bags and fish and chips. You can't blame them, really. Anyway, the next night we were all given another foreign speciality.
What was that?
Snails. That really finished them off. Lovely holiday that was.
Questions 1 to 4 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 1. What did the woman think of the French? Question 2. Who did the man travel with on his first trip to Switzerland? Question 3. What does the man say about the breakfast at the little French cafe? Question 4. What did the man think of his holiday in France? Conversation 2.
You say your shop has been doing well. Could you give me some idea of what doing well means in facts and figures?
Well, doing well means averaging £1,200 or more a week for about 7 years, making almost £250,000. And doing well means your earnings are rising. Last year, we did slightly over 50,000, and this year we hope to do more than 60,000. So that's good if we continue to rise.
Now, that's gross earnings, I assume. What about your expenses?
Yes, that's gross. The expenses, of course, go up steadily, and since we've moved to this new shop, the expenses have increased greatly because it's a much bigger shop. So I couldn't say exactly what our expenses are. There's something in the region of 6,000 or 7,000 pounds a year, which is not high. Commercially speaking, it's fairly low, and we try to keep our expenses as low as we can.
And your prices are much lower than the same goods in shops round about. How do the local shopkeepers feel about having a shop doing so well in their midst?
Perhaps a lot of them don't realize how well we're doing because we don't make a point of publicizing. That was a lesson we learned very early on. We were very friendly with all local shopkeepers, and we happened to mention to a local shopkeeper how much we had made that week. He was very unhappy and never as friendly again. So we make a point of never publicizing the amount of money we make. But we're on very good terms with all the shops. None of them have ever complained that we're putting them out of business or anything like that. I think it's a nice, friendly relationship. Maybe if they did know what we made, perhaps they wouldn't be so friendly.
Questions 5 to 8 are based on the conversation you have just heard. Question 5. What are the speakers mainly talking about? Question 6. What does the woman say her shop tries to do? Question 7. What do we learn about the goods sold at the woman's shop? Question 8. Why doesn't the woman want to make known their earnings anymore?
Section B, Directions. In this section, you will hear 2 passages. At the end of each passage, you will hear 3 or 4 questions. Both the passage and the questions will be spoken only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center. Passage 1. Birds are famous for carrying things around. Some, like homing pigeons, can be trained to deliver messages and packages. Other birds unknowingly carry seeds that cling to them for the ride. Canadian scientists have found a worrisome new example of the power that birds have to spread stuff around. Way up north in the Canadian Arctic, seabirds are picking up dangerous chemicals in the ocean and delivering them to ponds near where the birds live. Some 10,000 pairs of the birds, called fulmars, a kind of Arctic seabird, make their nests on Devon Island, north of the Arctic Circle. The fulmars travel some 400 kilometers over the sea to find food. When they return home, their droppings end up all around their nesting sites, including in nearby ponds. Previously, scientists noticed pollutants arriving in the Arctic with the wind. Salmon also carry dangerous chemicals as the fish migrate between rivers and the sea. The bodies of fish and other meat eaters can build up high levels of the chemicals. To test the polluting power of fulmars, researchers collected samples of deposit from 11 ponds on Devon Island. In ponds closest to the colony, The results showed there were far more pollutants than in ponds less affected by the birds. The pollutants in the ponds appear to come from fish that fulmars eat when they're out on the ocean. People who live, hunt, or fish near bird colonies need to be careful, the researchers say. The birds don't mean to cause harm, but the chemicals they carry can cause major problems.
Questions 9 to 12 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 9. What have Canadian scientists found about some seabirds? Question 10. What does the speaker say about the seabirds called fulmars? Question 11. What did scientists previously notice about pollutants in the Arctic? Question 12. What does the speaker warn about at the end of the talk? Passage 2. In recent years, the death rate among American centenarians, people who have lived to age 100 or older, has decreased, dropping 14% for women and 20% for men from 2008 to 2014. The leading causes of death in this age group are also changing. In 2000, the top 5 causes of death for centenarians were heart disease, stroke, flu, cancer, and Alzheimer's disease. But by 2014, the death rate from Alzheimer's disease for this age group had more than doubled, increasing from 3.8% to 8.5%, making the progressive brain disease the second leading cause of death for centenarians. One reason for the rise in deaths from Alzheimer's disease in this group may be that developing this condition remains possible even after people beat the odds of dying from other diseases, such as cancer. People physically fit enough to survive over 100 years ultimately give in to diseases such as Alzheimer's, which affects the mind and cognitive function. In other words, it appears their minds give out before their bodies do. On the other hand, the death rate from flu dropped from 7.4% in 2000 to 4.1% in 2014. That pushed flu from the third leading cause of death to the fifth. Overall, the total number of centenarians is going up. In 2014, there were 72,197 centenarians, compared to 50,281 in 2000. But because this population is getting larger, the number of deaths in this group is also increasing. 18,434 centenarians died in 2000, whereas 25,914 died in 2014.
Questions 13 to 15 are based on the passage you have just heard. Question 13. What does the speaker say about the risk of dying for American centenarians in recent years? Question 14. What does the speaker say about Alzheimer's disease? Question 15. What is characteristic of people who live up to 100 years and beyond? Section C. Directions. In this section, you will hear 3 recordings of lectures or talks, followed by 3 or 4 questions. The recordings will be played only once. After you hear a question, you must choose the best answer from the 4 choices marked A, B, C, and D. Then mark the corresponding letter on answer sheet 1 with a single line through the center.
Recording 1. Okay, so let's get started. And to start things off, I think what we need to do is consider a definition. I'm going to define what love is, but then most of the experiments I'm going to talk about are really focused more on attraction than love. And I'm going to pick a definition from a former colleague, Robert Sternberg, who is now the Dean at Tufts University, but was here on our faculty at Yale for nearly 30 years. And he has a theory of love that argues that it's made up of 3 components: intimacy, passion, and commitment, or what is sometimes called decision commitment. And these are relatively straightforward. He argued that you don't have love if you don't have all 3 of these elements. Intimacy is the feeling of closeness, of connectedness with someone, of bonding. Operationally, you could think of intimacy as you share secrets, you share information with this person that you don't share with anybody else. Okay, that's really what intimacy is, the bond that comes from sharing information that isn't shared with other people. The second element is passion. Passion is the drive that leads to romance. You can think of it as physical attraction, and Sternberg argues that this is a required component of a love relationship. The third element of love in Sternberg's theory is what he calls decision commitment. The decision that one is in a love relationship, the willingness to label it as such, and a commitment to maintain that relationship at least for some period of time. Sternberg would argue it's not love if you don't call it love, and if you don't have some desire to maintain the relationship. So if you have all 3 of these, intimacy, passion, and commitment, in Sternberg's theory you have love. Now what's interesting about the theory is what do you have if you only have 1 out of 3 or 2 out of 3? What do you have, and how is it different if you have a different 2 out of 3? What's interesting about this kind of theorizing is it gives rise to many different combinations that can be quite interesting when you break them down and start to look at them carefully. So what I've done is I've taken Sternberg's 3 elements of love, intimacy, passion, and commitment, and I've listed out the different kinds of relationships you would have if you had 0, 1, 2, or 3 out of the 3 elements.
Questions 16 to 18 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 16. What does the speaker say about most of the experiments mentioned in his talk? Question 17. What does Robert Sternberg argue about love? Question 18. What question does the speaker think is interesting about Sternberg's 3 elements of love? Recording 2. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Hoffler, Master of Social Work. I'm a social worker, a lobbyist, and a special assistant to the executive director at the National Association of Social Workers. Today, we're going to be talking about becoming a social worker. Social work is the helping profession. Its primary mission is to enhance human well-being and help meet the basic needs of all people, with a particular focus on those who are vulnerable, oppressed, and living in poverty. We often deal with complex human needs. Social work is different from other professions because we focus on the person and environment. We deal with the external factors that impact a person's situation and outlook. And we create opportunity for assessment and intervention to help clients and communities cope effectively with the reality and change that reality when necessary. In thousands of ways, social workers help other people. People from every age, every background, across the country. Wherever needed, social workers come to help. The most well-known aspect of the profession is that of a social safety net. We help guide people to critical resources and counsel them on life-changing decisions. There are more than 600,000 professional social workers in the country, and we all either have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, or a PhD in social work. There are more clinically trained social workers than clinically trained psychiatrists, psychologists, and psychiatric nurses combined. Throughout this series, you will learn more about the profession, the necessary steps to get a social work degree, the rich history of social work, and the many ways that social workers help others. Later in this series, you'll hear from Stacy Collins and Mel Wilson, fellow social workers at the National Association of Social Workers. Stacy is going to walk you through the step-by-step process of becoming a social worker. And Mel will tell you about the range of options you have once you get your social work degree, as well as the high standards of responsibility the social workers must adhere to. The National Association of Social Workers represents nearly 145,000 social workers across the country. Our mission is to promote, protect, and advance the social work profession. We hope you enjoy this series about how you can make a difference by becoming a social worker. Next, we're going to talk about choosing social work.
Questions 19 to 22 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 19. What does the speaker mainly talk about? Question 20. What do social workers mainly do? Question 21. What do professional social workers have in common according to the speaker? Question 22. What is Mel Wilson going to talk about in the series? Recording 3. Today, I'd like to talk about what happens when celebrity role models get behind healthy habits, but at the same time promote junk food. Currently, there's mounting criticism of Michelle Obama's Let's Move campaign, which fights childhood obesity by encouraging youngsters to become more physically active, and has signed on singer Beyoncé and basketball player Shaquille O'Neal, both of whom also endorse sodas, which are a major contributor to the obesity epidemic. Now, there's a lot more evidence of how powerful a celebrity, especially a professional athlete, can be in influencing children's behaviour. In a report published by the Rudd Center for Food Policy and Obesity at Yale University, researchers studied 100 professional athletes and their endorsement contracts. The team focused on athletes since they are theoretically the best role models for active, healthy lifestyles for children. After sorting the deals by category, they determined that among the 512 brands associated with the athletes, most involved sporting goods, followed closely by food and beverage brands. Sports drinks, which are often high in sugar and calories, made up most of the food and drink deals, with soft drinks and fast food filling out the remainder. Of the 46 beverages endorsed by professional athletes, 93% relied exclusively on sugar for all of their calories. It's no surprise that high-profile athletes can influence children's eating behaviours, but the scientists were able to quantify how prevalent these endorsements are in the children's environment. Advertisements featuring professional athletes and their endorsed products tend to get impressive exposure on TV, radio, in print and online. And in 2010, the researchers reported that children ages 12 to 17 saw more athlete-endorsed food and beverage brand commercials than adults. One reason any campaign wants a popular celebrity spokesperson is because kids are attracted to them no matter what they are doing. We can't expect kids to turn off that admiration when the same person is selling sugar. At best, kids might be confused. At worst, they'll think the messages about soda are the same as the messages about water, but those two beverages aren't the same. If children are turning to athletes as role models, it's in their best interest if their idols are consistent. Consistent messaging of positive behaviours will show healthier lifestyles for kids to follow.
Questions 23 to 25 are based on the recording you have just heard. Question 23. What is the aim of Michelle Obama's campaign? Question 24. What does research find about advertisements featuring professional athletes? Question 25. What does the speaker think kids' idols should do?
This is the end of listening comprehension.